Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone, wherever you're at in the world. Welcome to Last Rouse Baseball's live commentary at the Nippon Professional Baseball League. Tonight, we are going to be bringing you a battle of the Northeast. It is going to be the Hokkaido Nippon-Ham Fighters and the Tohoku Rakuten Golden Eagles, as both of these clubs are maybe playing a little bit differently than what we expected. The Fighters, who we thought would be off to a great start and potentially be contending for the top heat of the top position of the Pacific League, have floundered. They find themselves in fifth spot. The surprising Tohoku Rakuten Gold Eagles are flapping their way all the way up into third spot. And they're doing it without the help of some of their key acquisitions in the offseason, one of them specifically being Kenta Maeda, who is yet to get things going for the Golden Eagles. Well, we're going to give you the starting lineup, first of all, for the visitors from Hokkaido. Leading off tonight and playing second base is number 6, Rodolfo Castro. Batting second and playing third base is number 3, Yuya Gunji. Batting third at first base is number 21, Kotaro Kiyomiya. And the cleanup spot and doing designated hitting is number 99, Franmil Reyes. Batting fifth in left field is number 5, Yuki Nomura. Hitting in the sixth spot and in center field is number 16, Kota Yazawa. Batting seventh in right field is number 66, Chusei Manami. Batting in the eighth spot and playing shortstop is number 43, Tetsuki Mizuno. And batting ninth, doing the catching, is number 64, Yua Tamiya. And they're going to be facing Kenta Maeda, who takes to the hill with an 0-2 record. He's worked 11 and a third innings, allowing 15 hits, 7 runs. All have been earned, walking 8 and striking out 11, pitching to a fluffed-up ERA of 5.56. Well, that's your lineup for the Fighters. Now your lineup for the home team, the Tohoku Rakuten Golden Eagles. Leading off tonight and in left field is number 48, Ryuya Taira. Batting second in center field is number 8, Ryosuke Tatsumi. Hitting third at second base is number 24, Fumiya Kurakawa. In the cleanup spot at first base is number 3, Hideto Asamura. Batting fifth at shortstop is number 6, Satsuki Moribayashi. Batting in the sixth spot and then playing right field is number 51, Yuya Ogo. Batting seventh at third base is number 30, Kira Shiganaga. Batting in the eighth spot and doing the designated hitting is number 55, Yumi Yosuda. Batting ninth, doing the catching, is number 2, Hikaru Oda. And they are going to be facing the Sawamura Award winner from 2025. That's Hiromi Ito. Ito is 2-2 on the year. He's worked 38 and a third innings. He's allowed 42 hits, 18 runs, 17 have been earned, walking 4 and striking out 32, pitching to a 3.99 ERA. Those are your starting lineups, and then we will be back in just a few with all the action, as it is the Fighters and the Eagles from Tohoku. We'll be right back after this musical timeout. Appreciate you for hanging in on the Last Rouse Baseball YouTube channel.
Hello, this is Eric Fox, formerly of the Oakland A's and Texas Rangers baseball teams. If you want to learn about Japanese baseball, see Coach Fred of Last Raps Baseball. If you want baseball instruction, see Coach Fred. If you want to learn about golf, do not go to Coach Fred. Fred, what kind of club is this?
At Last Drafts Baseball, we know baseball. Welcome back, everybody. Phil Cantelon checking in. Samurai Prayer back in the house. And of course, it is God is Great, who is in that region of the country, who is going to be listening to our game here tonight. We appreciate all you guys for popping in. Kenta Maeda has taken to the hill, and he's just completing his tune-up tosses, and we'll be ready to get this one underway. It'll be Rodolfo Castro, Yuya Gunji, and Kataro Kiyomiya to face him here in inning number 1. Eagles are wearing their home whites, and the fighters are going to wear their blue tops with the white pants, as they are going to be taking on each other here. 3 starts so far for Maeda. 1 against the Hawks, 1 against the Fighters, and 1 against the Marines, and he has not been able to go more than 4 innings in any of his 3 starts. And the Eagles will be hoping for a better production here tonight. He has thrown 83, 65, and 88 pitches in his 3 starts. And one thing that we noticed with Maeda is, much like when he was with the Detroit Tigers over the last couple of years, he'll be going all right, and then all of a sudden he has 1 rough inning, and it just fluffs up everything. It's like he forgets how to throw the pitches, where his command is, all the rest of that. But we'll see how he does here tonight. Well, we are ready to get this one underway as Maeda has completed his tune-up tosses. And it's going to be Rodolfo Castro coming to the dish. He's batting .238 on the year, 5 homers and 10 runs batted in. The right-hander Maeda getting his signs, and he's ready to work himself into the windup as he kicks and delivers. There's a first pitch breaking ball that's taken for a called strike. Count is 0-1. I think that Rodolfo Castro, right off the hop, did not agree with that pitch and probably says it's going to be one of those nights. So that's the way it is. Here we go. We had a rough night last night. I had a hard time getting to some of that. There's a breaking ball swung on. It is lifted down the right field line, but is slicing foul into the seats, and the count now goes to 0-2 on Castro. Our friend God is Great says, what has happened with Shohei Ohtani lately? No home runs in a while. Yeah, the problem is that with Ohtani, he can get streaky, and I'm not really worried about his lack of production. You look at a guy like Murakami, who's up to 14 home runs right now. He's going to cool off at some point, one would expect. There's a breaking ball that misses down and away, and the count is 1-2 to Castro. Phil Cantelon says, yes, he has the Fighters in this one tonight, if I'm not mistaken. Glad you're with us, Phil. Haven't seen you around a lot. I know that you are lurking in the neighborhood sometimes, but it is much appreciated for you stopping in tonight. Glad to have you here. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Breaking ball swung on and grounded foul just past the bag at third base, and the count remains at 1-2 to Castro. We had to get off that other series with the Dragons and the Tigers. Got to tell you, I got to go check in to see if the scoring is still taking place in the first inning tonight. Last 2 nights, the ball games were unbelievable. The scoring was fast and furious for both teams. As the 1-2 pitch on the way, breaking ball misses in the left-handed batter's box. The count now goes to 2-2. All games are currently underway across the NPB. A couple early starts. The Buffaloes have a 2-0 lead over the Marines. That's in the bottom of the 3rd inning in Osaka at the Kyocera Dome. And in the Belluna Dome in Tokorozawa, it's 8-0 for the Lions over the Hawks. Fastball swung on, grounded on a couple of hops over to the shortstop, Murray Biashi. He throws to first, and Castro's in the books on the ground out. 6-3 for out number 1. That'll bring up the third baseman in Yuya Gunji. Well, for Gunji, he's hitting .261 on the year. He's got a couple homers and 9 RBIs. Phil says, awesome to catch a game. Johnny Frank is back in the house. I think he was here last night for a little bit. He says, Eagles plus 1.5. Let's get it. I guess we're going to have to wait and see. I think the Eagles, if I had to bet tonight, I didn't have anything. I have no action on this one here. There's a fastball swung on and lifted foul into the seats on the first base side. I would probably say Eagles 1.5. I don't know. I think we'd have to get into the bullpens here. I think they're going to have to chase Ito. And if they can do that, then we have a different discussion. But I don't know if I would be Eagles at 1.5 with Ito on the mound. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. There's a breaking ball swung on and missed. The count now goes to 0-2 on Gunji. Defensively tonight, for the Eagles from left to right field, Tyra is in left, Tatsumi's in center, and Ogo in right. Around the horn from first to third, Asamura is at first. The second baseman tonight is Kurikawa. At short, Murray Biashi, and at third is Shiganaga, with the battery of Maeda and Oda. Here's the pitch. Fastball just misses outside. They appeal over to the first base umpire, but they say that Gunji didn't go. It runs the count to 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. Samurai Prayer asking if Phil is from the USA. Yeah, I do believe Phil is from the US. I just can't remember where Phil calls home. Here comes the 1-2 as Maeda rocks into the windup and delivers. Breaking ball misses down, and the count now goes to 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. We had a robust crowd on the Tuesday game that we called between the Dragons and the Fighters in our stream. Last night, not as busy, and tonight I'm not sure really what to expect as we are bounced back over to the Pacific League. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Phil is in Boston, Massachusetts. There's a breaking ball swung on and lifted foul into the seats over on the first base line. Count remains at 2-2. That was a split finger pitch. Interesting the way that he grips it. It was almost like he was straddling the one seam as opposed to 2 seams. Maeda shaking off the signals from his catcher, and he finally gets what he likes. Here's the 2-2. That's a breaking ball that is swung on and lifted foul into the seats over at the first base side. Our friend Samurai Prayer might be able to chime in on this. There were some Japanese game shows or shows. I remember when Maeda was with the Dodgers, so this would have been about 2019. And when I was in Japan, they had this show, and Maeda was in a grocery store. He would throw a ball, and he would literally be able to hit the cap on a bottle of water and take the cap off. It was pretty funny, just the way that he was able to do it. He did it in, I guess, a couple of throws. He was able to make it where he'd throw the ball, and the bottle of water would still be sitting there, but the cap would be removed. That was how accurate that he was with the command of his throwing. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. It remains to Gunji here. As the right-hander Maeda, who's got a wry grin on his face, is shaking his catcher off a bunch of times. Now he gets the one that he likes. Here comes the 2-2. Fastball swung on and lifted foul down the right field line, and the count remains at 2-2. I think you might want to start liking something different because this is going to be the 8th pitch of the at-bat, at least on my clock. Actually, the 9th pitch of the at-bat coming up here to Yuya Gunji. Our friend Phil says BC is having a good year, which is Boston College. There's a breaking ball swung on and fouled away. Count remains at 2-2. Can't remember the player's name from the British Columbia area that had played it with the Boston College Screaming Eagles a number of years ago, a Canadian who had some decent time in the sport. Here comes the 2-2. As the pitch is on the way, there's a breaking ball waved at and missed, and finally Gunji's gone for the second out of the inning. It took a while, but he's gone on strikes for out number 2, and that's going to leave it all up to the first baseman in Kotaro Kiyomiya. Well, Kiyomiya striding the plate, hitting .270 in the early going, 7 homers and 23 runs batted in. As the right-hander rocks and delivers, there is a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike. Kiyomiya enjoying a good start to his year with the 7 home runs. Phil says, yeah, they're starting to ratchet that pitch count up. Yeah, already 17 pitches here. There's a breaking ball swung on, grounded into deep second as the second baseman, Kurikawa, is standing in shallow right field. He throws to first. Kiyomiya's gone on a ground out 4-3. 18 pitches in the first inning for Maeda, and that is going to do it here for the Fighters in inning number 1. They go in order, no runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left the board. We're now moving to the bottom of the first inning. Your score is the Fighters 0 and the Eagles coming to bat. Stick around. We'll be back in just a few with all the action on the Last Rouse Baseball YouTube channel. Welcome back, everybody. Our friend Tink asks, which team is winning today? Well, I got nothing in this one here, but if I had to make a pick before the game starts, I'd be leaning toward the Fighters. But they've not been in the best of form. And at the same time, too, the Eagles have a little different looking lineup here. It is Ryuya Taira coming to bat. I don't think I've ever seen Taira. He's batting from the right side. He gets the start in left field tonight. He is hitting .280 with 3 homers and 4 RBIs. And the first pitch is a fastball that he swings on, and he falls right down. Count is quickly 1-1. For our friend Phil Cantelon, the player I think, at least in my mind, that I think of, I think it was Jimmy Van Ostrand, if you're a BC guy. I think he's from Boston College, but I think he's from out west in Canada. Here's the 0-1 pitch. I'm pretty sure that was the one who was at Boston College. Fastball swung on, popped up on the infield over on the left side. Now it's blowing, and the shortstop, Mizuno, is going to make the catch. With 2 pitches, we got one away here, and that's going to bring up the center fielder in Ryosuke Tatsumi. Yeah, so I think the Fighters are the team with the best chance here in today's ball game. That would be my selection, although in saying that, don't have any action on this one here, so I can say whatever I want and not necessarily be wrong. But that is my feeling on this one, and it is Samurai Prayers as well, so we're glad to have his feelings involved with this. There's a fastball swung on. This ball is lifted into right center field. Moving over and making the catch is the center fielder Yazawa, and so we got 2 really quick outs here in the bottom of the first inning, and that's going to leave it all up to the second baseman, Fumiya Kurikawa. And it's going to leave us to have to give you the defensive alignment for the Fighters before the inning's done. From left to right field tonight, it is Nomura's in left, Yazawa in center, and Manami in right. Around the horn from first to third, Kiyomiya is at first. At second, it is Castro. The shortstop is Mizuno, and the third baseman is Gunji. The battery of Ito and Tamiya. As the pitch on the way, as a fastball swung on, it is pop foul into the seats behind home plate. Count is 1-1 to Kurikawa. Tink says, what other teams do you think are going to win tonight? Well, if I had to give you my choices, I always look at the starting pitchers. Well, I'll give you my choice for the Lions and the Hawks. Let's go with the Lions. They're up 8-0 right now. I think that's probably a gimme. Here comes the 0-1. Breaking ball that misses down, and the count now goes to 0-2. If I had to say, I still like the Buffaloes over the Marines, even though the Buffaloes are winning right now. The other 3 games that are currently moving along, the game between the Giants and the Swallows. Swallows have a 2-0 lead in that one. There's a fastball swung on, and it's Lifted foul. Count remains at 1-2 here to Kurikawa. I always look at the starting pitchers, and those usually give me an indication of possibly who that might be and who I would go with. When I look at the Tiger Dragon game, the Dragons won the first 2 games of the series. I don't think they're going to sweep. I think the Tigers are going to go win there today. And then the Bay Stars and the Carp, well, flip a coin. I'm not really sure. It is in Yokohama. I'll probably lead myself to the Bay Stars. That game ended at a 5-5 12-inning tie last night. Breaking ball misses down to Kurikawa. It's 2-2 to him. Kurikawa hitting .257 on the year with a homer and 10 runs driven in. As right-hander Ito holds set. Here comes the pitch. Fastball swung on, grounded over to the right side, fielded on the backhand by Kiyomiya. He flips it to the pitcher covering, and that is going to do it. It's going to go as a ground out 3-1 for out number 3, and that is going to do it here in the first inning for the Eagles. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left the board. Your scores, we are through 1 complete. It is the Fighters nothing and the Eagles nothing. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back in just a few with all the action. Appreciate you guys for hanging in with us on the Last Rouse Baseball YouTube channel. Appreciate you guys for hanging in here with us tonight. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back, everybody. We're moving to the top of the second inning. It is a 0-0 ball game. And Phil says, did he play for BC back in 2022 around then? I think I remember. Actually, he might have been coaching at that time in 2022, possibly. He's probably a lot more further removed, maybe in the early 2010s. I'd have to go look him up, actually. I don't know him personally. I just remember him in that area, and I'm pretty sure that he went there that he actually had an opportunity to play at BC. I'll go look him up. He was, if I'm not mistaken, where did he play? He went to Allen Hancock and then he went to Cal Poly, so it must have been the wrong guy. There's a breaking ball swung on and lifted foul by Reyes. Count is quickly 0-1 to him. Franmil Reyes, Yuki Nomura, and Cody Azawa to come to bat. Actually, he was an assistant coach with the Boston College Screaming Eagles in 2014. And then 2016, he moved over to the University of Arizona as a director of player development. Currently works with the Blue Jays. There's a breaking ball that's waved at and missed, and the count now goes to 0-2 on Reyes. He had once upon a time worked for the Mariners, so I guess he's in the Blue Jay organization. He's in his early 40s. I thought he played at BC though. There was a Canadian at some point that played there, and I have to go back and think of who it was. Breaking ball misses down and away, and the count goes to 1-2 on Reyes. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. Big fella taps both sides of the plate. Maeda ready to rock again. As he slowly goes into the windup, pitches and delivers. There's a fastball swung on and lifted foul into the seats over on the first base side. Count remains at 1-2 to Reyes. Off night in the NPB tomorrow, a rare day off, and then they get back to it on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. He won't be on the airwaves on Friday and Saturday, as the pitch is a breaking ball swung on and tap foul over on the third base side. Count remains at 1-2 to Reyes. Reyes batting .308 with 3 homers and 13 runs batted in this year. Big fella off to another good start. So batting from the right side here against the right-handed throwing Maeda. That's the one thing with Maeda. You can see at this point in his career, he doesn't have that pitch that can just quite put you away. And I say that as he strikes out Reyes on a breaking ball. That's his second strikeout of the night. But what I mean by that is in his younger days, Maeda was very pitch efficient. When he was with the Dodgers, boy, he could really be able to, I don't know how you would say it, he would really be able to bury hitters or put hitters away on less number of pitches. Now, as he's gotten older, his guys are able to foul it off. He just doesn't have maybe the bite on some of the pitches he once had. Breaking ball taken for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. Samurai Prayer says, what do you think about the Japanese baseball tradition of putting the best hitter on the fourth? There is a fastball that swung on and fouled away, and the count goes to 0-2. I assume you're saying that he's the best hitter on the team in the 4 spot. Well, I'll tell you what I don't like, and I saw Kenny Lofton talking about this. And for those of you who don't know who Kenny Lofton is, he was a former big leaguer with notably with the Cleveland Indian organization. As the 0-2 pitch is on the way, there's a breaking ball missing down and away. Count is now 1-2 to Nomura. Nomura hitting .250 with 4 homers and 13 RBIs. My thoughts on the best hitter hitting fourth. I'll tell you what I don't like. I don't like the best hitter leading off. As the 1-2 pitch is on the way, it is a breaking ball swung on. It is lifted into shallow center field. Moving in is Tatsumi, and he's going to make the catch, and that's going to retire Nomura. So Kenny Lofton made a really good point. He says, you got Shohei Ohtani hitting in the leadoff spot. And when he's in the leadoff spot to start the game, if he hits a home run, it's a solo shot. Great. When he comes to bat, the 7, 8, and 9 hitters are the ones that are hitting in front of him. And those are your players that are not getting on base like some of the other players at the top of the order do. So here you got Shohei Ohtani. When he comes to bat, there's no ducks on the pond. Or potentially he's hitting solo shots or maybe a 2-run homer if there's one guy on, but he's not getting a chance to load up to get the guys who set the table for him. There's a breaking ball that Yozawa swings and misses at. And I was listening to Lofton talk about it, and I'm like, yeah, he's absolutely right. You need to have some guys who can set the table. You need to have guys who are in that 1 and 2 spot who have good bat control, can find their way on base, they can walk a lot, whatever it is they have to do. Phil points out that Lofton was a point guard at the University of Arizona. Yes, he was. It's very good, Phil. Very good insight. Friend Tim says he likes Ohtani at the third if they put him there, third or fourth. Absolutely. And there's a breaking ball that is swung on and missed, and it's now 0-2 to Yozawa. Yeah, you think about it. If I was rejigging that lineup in LA, when they're all healthy, I would probably consider Mookie Betts maybe in the 2 spot, maybe in the leadoff spot or the 2 spot. And you'd have Freddie Freeman hitting third, Ohtani hitting fourth. And then I would probably protect him with like a Teoscar Hernandez batting in the 5 spot. Somebody with some juice in the bat that they can put the ball in the seats. And if Ohtani, you can't really pitch around Ohtani, you're going to have to throw to him, or you're going to get somebody else who can clear the bases. Breaking ball misses down, counts 1-2. I use Hernandez as an example, but maybe Kyle Tucker. Kyle Tucker in the 5 spot hitting behind Ohtani. How would that look? Breaking ball swung on and lifted foul into the seats over on the third base side. Count remains at 1-2. Yeah, so that would be a situation that I would look at. I'd go, maybe Betts in the 1 spot, Freeman 3, 4 Ohtani, 5 Tucker. I don't really know the Dodgers all that well. I'd have to look at the 2 spot. Maybe they got somebody else. There's a breaking ball that just misses outside, and the count goes to 2-2. I would look at, I know he's not on their team, but a guy like a Luis Arraez who's able to get the bat to the ball, put it in play. I know he doesn't walk a lot, but somebody who's able to get on base. You need to have those guys that are on in front of them. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. Breaking ball misses down. And the count now goes full to Yozawa. I just got a message that says Carlos Correa is believed to have suffered a significant left ankle injury. So unfortunately for him, I'm curious to find out what that ankle injury is all about. I didn't see anything with the Twins tonight. I didn't watch any of that stuff, but interesting to hear what that would be. There's a fastball swung on it. Is lined right to the glove of the shortstop, Muribayashi. And Yozawa's gone for the third out of the inning. That's 6 in a row retired by Maeda. No runs in the inning, no hits, no errors, nobody left the board. We are through 1.5. Your score is the Fighters 0 and the Eagles coming to bat. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back with all the action in just a few. Appreciate you guys listening on the Last Ralph's Baseball YouTube channel. We'll be back in just a couple moments right after this. Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be the heart of the batting order to come to bat for the Eagles. That means Asamura, Muribayashi, and Ogo, the 4, 5, and 6 hitters to face Ito here in his second inning work. Only 8 pitches for the right-hander in inning number 1. Samurai Prayer asked if we ever heard of Rentaro Sasaki. If I'm not mistaken, he is the player playing for Stanford University as that fastball is swung on and fouled away. Count is 0-1. I'm pretty sure that's the case. I think he is the one that was drafted or was signed by Stanford. 0-1 pitch on the way. Breaking ball that goes into the left-handed batter's box, and the count now 1 ball and 1 strike to Asamura. Asamura drinking from the fountain of youth, hitting .286 with 4 homers and 13 RBIs. I really like Asamura. He is a professional hitter, and when they had Hiroshi Shimouchi, I really liked watching him as well. There's a breaking ball that misses down, but of course, Shimouchi a little long in the tooth, and of course, so too is Asamura, but Asamura still has some game left in him. Pitch on the way. There is a fastball that just misses up. Count now goes to 3-1 on Asamura. Asamura was not originally an Eagle. He was one of those ones that was spent time in his career. He was with the Saitama Cebu Lions. There's a fastball that they say went around on. That runs the count now full. Asamura began his career with the Saitama Cebu Lions, and we've talked about this on the stream on occasion. The Lions have had a mass exodus of stars. As there's a fastball swung on, it is lifted into straightaway center field. Over underneath it is Yozawa there to make the catch, and Asamura has gone for the second out of the inning. So 1 quick out here. Bring up the shortstop, and it's Siki Muribayashi. So Muribayashi hitting .259, couple homers and 16 RBIs. But we were talking about the Lions unable to keep their stars. When you think of different ones over the years, Yamakawa was run out of town because he had some off-field issues. Fastball ticket for a called strike. Yusei Kikuchi, Shogo Akiyama, well, they took their act to Major League Baseball. And you think of Asamura, well, he left in 2018 to join the Eagles in 2019. There's a fastball that misses up, and the count now goes even at 1-1. So different players for different reasons leaving the Saitama Seibu Lions. Toyomori, of course, joined the Buffaloes. Another one. And there was just been mass exodus, player after player after player. Breaking ball missing down and away, and the count is 2-1. Whether they don't want to pay the players or whether the players just don't want to stay there. Yeah, all rails. We were talking about it a little bit last night. Fastball swung on, grounded over to second. Fielded by the second baseman, Castro. He throws to first, and Moribayashi's out on a ground out 4-3 for out number 2. I'll bring up the right fielder, Yuya Ogo. Yeah, new Swallows manager, no Murakami, and who knows how they're doing it at the moment. But they certainly have a new influx of energy. Tink says, you think the Lions game will go over the 10.5? Truthfully speaking, yeah, I do at this moment. And I'll tell you why. Right now, the game is, 8-0 in the 5th inning. You're going to get bullpen arms that are not necessarily the best for either team. Once they get into the bullpen of the Lions, there's a breaking ball ticket for a called strike. Counts 0-1 to Ogo. Ogo hitting 211, no homers and 5 RBIs. And so, yeah, I would think that the Hawks bullpen is not going to be their A guys. So they'll be throwing out the string. So there's a good chance, especially where it is in the ball game, that 3 more runs could get tacked on. So no balls and 2 strikes to Ogo as he had fouled that last pitch away. Ito looking sharp here tonight. Kicks and delivers. There's a fastball swung on. This ball is lined into right field, and that's going to get down for a base hit. That's going to be the first base runner of the ball game as Ogo's aboard with a 2-out single. And that is going to bring up the third baseman in Akira Shiganaga. Tink's asking about, how about the Tigers for over 3.5? Just the Tigers over 3.5? I got to be honest with you. I really didn't look in tightly at that ball game tonight. I wasn't looking to do any prep for it. So the Tigers had sent, it was the Battle of the Takahashis. It's going to be hard pressed for them to score that many runs against Hiroshi Takahashi, I do believe. That's going to be a tight scoring game, I would think. There's a breaking ball that catches the outside corner, counts 1-1 to Shiganaga. Shiganaga 0 for 3 in his NPB career. Batting from the right side here, only his second appearance. Second appearance with the big club this year. As the 0-1 pitch forthcoming. There's a fastball swung on and grounded foul over on the third base side. Now the count goes to 0-2. He was a third-round pick in the 2025 draft, which would have been last November. He's actually making his third appearance. This is his third game of his career. He's got 3 at-bats and a whole lot of zeros across the rest of the stat line. He went to Chuo University. I hope I said that correct. Our friend Johnny says salute, and we welcome you as well. Thanks for coming back tonight. Glad you can make it in as that pitch misses down and away. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Shiganaga. Another great night for Japanese baseball, and glad you guys can make it in here with us tonight. Johnny wants to know if we watch the MLB too. As much as we can, and unfortunately not enough sometimes. So we do catch it. I was just saying earlier, they were saying about Carlos Correa had a serious ankle injury that may have put him out for quite a while. So I don't know what that is. I just saw the flashes. So I hope it's not a broken ankle or whatever for the Twins. Twins were started off playing decent ball. It sounds like the injury bug is biting them. I think that Joe Ryan is out, and if Correa is out, boy. Yeah, Beckett says probably pretty good odds on the under. My only concern is with the Kenta Maeda portion. I was saying that Maeda, he goes through these phases where he'll run out 4 or 5 innings, look like he's great, and the next thing you know, he just goes sideways. So keep an eye on him and keep an eye on this. We were talking, he hasn't gone more than 4 innings this year. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Fastball down, and there goes the runner, but to me, unable to make the exchange. Ogo's going to get himself a stolen base. Our Ramones J says, did you see the Framber incident? No, I just saw the headline of it. Apparently, they gave up back-to-back home runs. I heard the bench is emptied, so I'm going to have to go and have a peek a little later myself. Johnny says he's back with the Astros. Oh, yeah, that's right, back with the Astros. But, yeah, I just got the flash. I just saw it a couple of minutes ago that he said that he has a serious ankle injury. Our Ramon says pretty bush league. I don't know. Maybe that's a spark the Tigers need. The Tigers have been bitten by injury. I don't know what he's got to do. Here comes the pitch. It's a fastball swung on and lifted foul. It's going to get into the seats. So 2 balls and 2 strikes it remains. So Shiganaga stands in there. He's ready to face the offering again from Hiromi Ito. Ito about to deliver his 28th pitch of the ball game. He's been very economical here so far. Checks the runner at second. Checks him again, now delivers. It's a breaking ball. Taken for a called third strike. Oh, he stood there like the house by the side of the road, and he watched it go by for out number 3, and that is going to do it here. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and 1 runner left aboard. We are through 2 complete, and we are where we started. It is the Fighters nothing, the Eagles nothing. Stick around, everybody. I'll be back in just a couple moments as we are on the Last Rouse Baseball YouTube channel. We'll be right back in just a few. We got a 0-0 ball game as we move to the top of the 3rd inning. Stick around, everybody. It's our friend Steve.
This is Steve Rademacher, and I'd like to introduce you to my channel if you haven't seen it before. These are all the things I enjoy: sports, autographs, relics, non-sports Hall of Famers, pseudo-sports, Star Wars. That's my channel name and my name. And I would really appreciate it if you would come check me out and maybe even subscribe if you like it. Thank you for that for now, and back to your ball game.
Johnny Timing asked the question, why did the Hanshin Tigers struggle with the Dragons past few games and now can't score tonight? Well, last night, the Dragon starter is one of the best. He was a World Baseball Classic member. I really like the starting staff for the Dragons. It's a young staff, and I think they've got a lot of good stuff going on over there. And that was why I predicted that the Dragons would have a breakout year this year, and I thought they would probably finish in the top 3, being 3rd place. But boy, have they stumbled out of the gate. And they did get their 11th win last night, and they're starting to look like they're playing some ball, but it's going to be their pitching that's going to have to carry them. First pitch delivered to Chusei Minami, misses down and away for ball 1. Minami hitting .219 on the year with 10 homers and 20 runs driven in. Maeda ready to rock and deliver. He kicks and fires. There's a fastball swung on. This is line down the right field line, but it's going to slice into the seats foul. And the count goes to 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Yeah, so, when I look at the Dragons, and to the point of Samurai Prayer, yeah, the Dragons pitchers pretty good. It's just their offense, and I really don't know what they played like defensively. I haven't seen enough Dragons games. I was glad I did those 2 games though. I think there's some pieces to the puzzle over there that could make them pretty good. Breaking ball misses outside to Miami. It's now 2-1. This ball game here, looking for the first run of the night. Getting his sign from his catcher as he rocks himself into the windup. Kicks and delivers. There's a fastball at the knees taken for a called strike. The count now goes to 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. And to be honest with you, like the Tigers, I don't know how the Tigers got to the Japan series last year. I really don't like. They got 6 guys in their lineup that I like, and then there's 3 that I don't know I don't know how they did it. As there's a fastball that's lined into left field for a base hit, and that's going to be a single for Miami. I mean, seriously, not getting any production out of your left fielder worth a nickel last year in the Japan series. I like their catchers defensively, but they're getting really next to nothing offensively out of those guys, whether it be the start of the last night, I think, was a Meno, and then they've had some of the others that they've had behind the plate as well over recent years. I think we saw Tori Fushimi the other night. Who's the other one? Seishiro Sakamoto, I think, is their other guy, and it's just like nothing there. As the pitch on the way to Tatsuki Mizuno's a fastball missing outside, count is 1-0. Tamiya's waiting his turn on deck. Our friend our Ramon says every time he takes the Tigers, he gets destroyed. There's a breaking ball swung on and missed, and the count runs even to 1-1 on Mizuno. Yeah, already top of the 4th at the Nagoya Dome, and Takahashi's been both pretty good so far. Yep. Both the Tiger and the Dragons, Takahashi, know what they're doing. Here's the 1-1 pitch. As there's a ball that's thrown over to first, and diving back in time is Maeda. As I said, I think Rentaro Suzaki, I think he's the one with the Stanford Cardinal. As the right-hander ready to go again, Maeda throws over to first, and diving back in time is the runner Manami. Do these guys suck? Well, the question is I think these guys are pretty decent depending on what your relative analysis of the use of do these guys suck mean. I mean, let's give our head a shake here. Guys are professional baseball players. It's a tough game to play. No matter where you're playing, whether you're in the KBO, the NPB, the Chinese Professional League, whether you're in Europe or you're playing in Major League Baseball, there's a fastball that misses down, and the count now goes to 2-1. Certainly the 2 pitchers on the mound have some pretty good pedigree. Yeah, that's the Rentaro Suzaki is the one that Stanford. All Rails says he saw the Giants and the Bay Stars before his departure back to Canada. There was a fastball swung on, grounded to second. They go to second for 1, back to first, and that's going to be a double play. It's going to be on the 4-6-3 variety. That's a pretty good turn there by the Golden Eagles as they get Manami in that double play for the first out. On the trail side was Mizuno, so 2 for the price of 1. Bring up the catcher in Ua Tamiya. That's a better question. Did the team suck? Well, let's put it this way. The Fighters are expected to be pretty good this year, but they're not playing really well right now. So by their standards, you might say they suck, yes. Or they've been sucking. They're in 5th place right now in the Pacific. There was a fastball that's taken for a called strike. Count as 0-1. From the other perspective, the Eagles, I didn't think that they were going to do a whole lot this year, and you got to tip your hat. They're playing some pretty good ball. So they're probably punching above their weight. But both of these teams are, certainly the Fighters should be playing better than what they are. There's a fastball taken for a called strike. Counts now 0-2 to Tamiya. Johnny asks if I watch the KBO as well. No, not usually. Got a former player playing with the NC Dinos, but I don't really watch that stuff. Fastball swung on and hit foul over on the third base side. The count remains at 0-2. So no balls and 2 strikes. Maeda ready to rock again as the 0-2 is on the way. Pitch coming. Breaking ball swung on, grounded foul past the bag at first base, and the count remains at 0-2. So when we're talking about the pitches, usually rule of thumb is about 15 pitches per inning. And I was saying about Maeda, it's just his pitch count ratchets up. He's at 48 pitches now, soon to be 49. As the right-hander gets the sign from his catcher, he nods in agreement, and he rocks himself into the motion. Here comes the pitch. Breaking ball swung on. This is golfed into center field. Racing back and over to his left is Tatsumi. He makes the over-the-shoulder catch, and that is going to do it as Tamiya is gone for the 3rd out of the inning. An unconventional 1-2-3 inning. No runs, a hit, an error, nobody left the board. Your score as we move to the bottom of the 3rd inning. It is where we started. The Fighters nothing and the Eagles nothing. Stay with us, everybody. We'll be back in a few with all the action right after this. Appreciate you for hanging in here with us on the Last Rouse Baseball YouTube channel. Stay back. We'll carry back talking to you when we come back in a moment.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Namaste. Hey, I hope you guys have been enjoying the game. My name is Hollis. I've got a YouTube channel called Another Hollis Build. I love baseball cards. I open up brand new product for you guys. I open up old stuff. I do breaks. I do auctions. All kinds of stuff concerning baseball. I'm Friars faithful, Padres to the end. I also love Garbage Pail Kids and my animals. I have a ton of animals. It's like a mini petting zoo here around my house. I also love my city. San Diego, baby. I'll take you all around the city and show you what's up. If you guys dig stuff like that, cruise on over and check it out. It's Another Hollis Build. If you dig it, subscribe. I'd really appreciate to have more follow me along on the journey. Hey, either way, you guys have a wonderful day or a beautiful, beautiful evening. No matter which one it is, make sure that you make it great, my friends. Big up Last Raps Baseball. Yeah, Freddie, let's go. One love and peace. Yeah, man.
A little behind in my comments section. We'll try to catch up. Our friend All Rails says, how's Chisei Minami doing this year? Well, to be honest with you, Minami's power production is there. He's got double-digit home runs already, but his average has been stinking it up, and he's been hitting in the bottom part of the batting order. So that'll give you the information there. Our friend Beckett says, loves how the Japanese players are proving the scouts wrong this year, Murakami and Okamoto. Yeah, I bat-wise, I like Murakami. I don't know how he plays first base. I know that he is – I didn't like his footwork when I saw him live at third base. And, of course, I also don't like the footwork of – not really a big fan of Okamoto over at third, but if he's getting it done offensively, sometimes that weighs the options. As the first pitch breaking ball delivered to Yuma Yasuda, misses outside for a ball. Yasuda Oda in the top of the order, Tyra to come to bat here in inning number 3 for the Eagles. As he pitches a fastball swung on and grounded foul over on the first base side. The count's 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. 28 pitches in the 2 innings. Our friend Tink says, do you think the Fighters will score 2.5 runs? Yeah, I do. I think that Maeda is going to be in a tough position here as there's a fastball swung on and lifted foul. And the count is 1-2 to Yasuda. Phil Cantillon asked, how many innings does he have? I don't know what that was in reference to. They said, the fighters would be, who would they be comparable to? That's a good question. I'm not really sure, when I think about some of these teams. Breaking ball misses down and the count is 2-2. I'd have to put some thought into that and come back to that answer. Friend All Rail says he's planning to see a Jays game. He really likes Okamoto. I don't live in Japan. Nope. As the 2-2 pitch is on the way, but Samurai Prayer does. So does God is Great. There's a fastball swung on and hooked foul down the right field line. Count remains at 0-2 to Yasuda. Yeah, but you got to tip your hat to Okamoto the way that he's played. I mean, he's probably given the Blue Jays more than maybe they've anticipated. If you would have asked me before the season started, how many home runs would Okamoto hit in Major League Baseball? I would have set the number at about 25. 25 for a third baseman coming over from Japan, new to the league. That would have been a pretty good production. And Murakami, based on his pedigree, as that breaking ball misses outside, it's now 3-2 to Yasuda. I would have said somewhere between 27 and 30. So both predictions, if I would have made those before the start of the season, looking like probably wouldn't be correct. I think both of them are going to exceed those expectations. And good for them. There is a breaking ball that is swung on and missed, and Yasuda goes down on strikes. He's gone for out number one. And we didn't do it tonight, but normally speaking, we do it through the ball games, and people will say, how do you watch this game? And so we're going to give it to you at the 56-minute mark. And then if anybody comes in and wants to ask, we say, just go to the 56-minute mark. Normally we do it at the top of the stream, give you some information and let you run off from there. And you can go and watch whatever you want to do or hang around with us. So if you want to watch it on TV, HBC is carrying the game, as well as Higashi Nippon Broadcasting on Channel 1, as is J-Sport. As that fastball misses up and into Oda, count as 1-0. If you're looking online, well, you got DAZN, Rakuten TV, and Baseball Live are all your selections. There's a breaking ball taken for a called strike. Count as 1-1. If you want more information than that, well, you're going to have to let your fingers do the walking like the Yellow Pages used to do and go find it yourself that way. Hopefully that helps. Breaking ball swung on and missed. Count goes to 1-2 on Oda. Yeah, I mean, hitting 57 homers in the Japanese league is a little different. I'll also say something else, too. I think the Japanese league, in terms of overall talent, is down a little bit right now. There's a fastball that swung on and fouled away. And when I mean this, when you look at the star players that have been drained out of the Japanese league over the last 5 or 6 years, Yoshida, Suzuki, Yamamoto, Sasaki. I mean, or Otani's been gone for a bit, but now you'll have Murakami and Okamoto. There's some big-time stars that have left for Major League Baseball. Fastball swung on, lined right to the glove of Kiyomiya. It's not that Japanese baseball is per se down or because of it, but you've just taken some mega stars out of the game and are playing over in Major League Baseball at this point. Can you imagine if those 8 or 9 players were still playing in the MLB? Yusei Kikuchi, if he was still pitching, I know he just went on the injured list, but there's some pretty good players. Beckett says, the White Sox should have never got him for that. There's a breaking ball that misses down, count as 1-0. They sure got a steal, that's for sure. Johnny says the Eagles couldn't hit a beach ball right now. Yeah, well, neither can really the Fighters. Fastball swung on. Speaking of beach balls, this ball is lifted into deep left field. This ball is going to be trouble at the warning track. Looking up, and it is gone. A home run for Ryuya Taira. It's going to be his 4th of the season. And so just on cue, Johnny says they can't hit a beach ball. Well, I'll tell you what. Doesn't have to hit a beach ball. He has to hit a baseball, and he does it right into the left field seats. That is going to open the scoring here for the Eagles with a 1-0 lead. Can't ask for better timing than that. Our buddy Johnny's setting us up, and we're spiking it right down. And that is going to bring up the center fielder in Ryosuke Tatsumi. So the first run of the game, the Eagles now have a 1-0 lead early on here. Johnny says they'd be crazy if they were all still in the NPB. Absolutely. There's a ball lifted into left field, and that is going to be caught, and that is going to do it. And Tatsumi's going to be gone for the 3rd out of the inning. And that will do it here in inning number 3. Well, they got 1 run in the inning on the home run by Taira. There was 1 hit, no errors, and nobody left the board. 3 complete. Your score is the Eagles with a 1-0 lead over the Fighters. We'll be back in just a couple of moments. We appreciate you guys for hanging in here on the Last Raps Baseball YouTube channel. Thanks for watching and listening along with us. Your scores, we move to the top of the 4th. 1-0 for the Eagles. We'll be back in just a few with all the action. Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be coming to bat the top of the order for the Fighters. That's Rodolfo Castro, Yuya Gunji, and Kitaro Kiyomiya. Yes, it'll be the 4th inning here as the Taira, as we got a chance to see him hit that home run. 4th home run of the year. Not bad indeed at all. Just had to double check on Tatsumi at bat as he had flown out to left field. Didn't mark it down in my statistics. There's a pitch that misses outside, and the count is 1 ball and no strikes. One of our, I think it was Beckett, said that batting average doesn't mean anything anymore in 2026. Home run hitters are more valued. As that pitch misses, is taken for a call and strike, the count is 1-1 to Castro. So Herbie just asked the question, and we're going to tell you to go back to, how do you watch this? We just told you at the 56-minute mark, you can go back and listen to all the instructions of where to find the games, and that will help you there. So if the 56-minute mark of the stream, that's where we're going to leave it. We're going to carry on. So that pitch misses down to Castro, and the 2 ball and 1 strike count it is to the Fighters' second baseman. Fastball comes up and in and rides up and in on Castro. Count goes to 3-1. So 3 balls and 1 strike. Again, Maeda kicks and delivers. There's a breaking ball swung on. This ball is lifted into shallow center field, and Castro is going to be aboard with a leadoff single here to start the 4th. All eyes on the second time through the order for Maeda. This is where things get a little bit dicey. What I was interested in tonight was the basketball scores. The Pistons knocked off the Cavaliers. That was a game that I was interested in. Interesting that the Pistons struggled with the Orlando Magic, and now they have a lead against the Cavaliers right out of the gate. So this brings to the plate Yuya Gunji, who is 0 for 1 tonight. He struck out his first time up on a 10-pitch at bat. Pitch on the way. Fastball swung on, fouled away. And the count is 0-1 to Gunji. So no balls and 1 strike. Ramon says that the Cavs have not won a road game yet. Yeah, well, you're going to have to do that in the playoffs, especially now that they are the lower seed if they want to find their way into the next round. So they're going to have to do that. They don't have the home court advantage. Here comes the 0-1. Fastball misses down. Count goes to 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. As I was saying, you got to keep your eye on Maeda at this point now, because this is the sign where Maeda just all of a sudden out of nowhere, like he's pitched really good so far, and the next thing you know, it'll just go sideways. We are here in the 4th inning, which is where things start to go awry. As he throws over to first base and getting back in time easily is the runner Castro. Keep your eye on Castro. He's only got 1 stolen base this year, but that doesn't mean much. He can run a little bit. Just needs the opportunities to be able to get off to the races. All Rail says the Pistons are looking nice. Maeda steps off the back side of the rubber, takes a deep breath, resets himself. Here comes the 1-1. Fastball swung on. This ball is lined down the right field line, but it's just going to slice foul. Count goes to 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes it is to Yuya Gunji. The right-hander Maeda ready to go again. He leans in. He gets the sign from his catcher, Oda. And the 1-2 ready to come to the third baseman of the Fighters. Now he kicks and delivers. Breaking ball swung on. Grounded to second. They go to second for 1. Back to first, and that's going to be a double play. And the minimum amount of batters that they have faced so far continues, as that is going to go into the books as a 4-6-3 variety. The second time tonight that has happened. So Castro gone over at second, erased for the first out. Gunji on the backside. It brings Kotaro Kiyomiya to the plate. Our friend Allrail says he'd like to go back to Japan. Yeah, I think another tour for sure would be on the docket. I was hoping to get back last year, but didn't end up doing it. I ended up in Taiwan instead. Fastball swung on, popped up behind the second base, the shortstop, Moribayashi underneath it. He makes the catch, and that is going to do it, as that'll retire the Fighters here in the 4th. So the Fighters had no runs, 1 hit, no errors, and nobody left the board. It is an unconventional 1-2-3 inning again. They have 2 hits in this game to the Fighters, but Maeda's only faced the minimum through his 4 innings of work. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back in just a few with all the action. Appreciate you for hanging in, listening on the Last Rouse Baseball YouTube channel.
Hello, this is Eric Fox, formerly of the Oakland A's and Texas Rangers baseball teams. If you want to learn about Japanese baseball, see Coach Fred of Last Raps Baseball. If you want baseball instruction, see Coach Fred. If you want to learn about golf, do not go to Coach Fred. Fred, what kind of club is this?
At Last Raps Baseball, we know baseball. Welcome back, everybody. A pretty good crowd in Tohoku for this one here, as it is Golden Week. There is lots of people in the seats. It'll be the 3, 4, and 5 hitters slated to come to bat for the Eagles. That's Kurikawa, Asamura, and Muribayashi. When you think about it, we always like to say it's about 60 minutes for 3 innings, and we're probably right around just a little bit over, or at least in the way here, we're right about on schedule. Breaking ball misses down to Kurikawa. He is 0 for 1 tonight. He grounded to first his first time up. Right-hander Ito works to the set, now delivers. There's a fastball taken for a called strike. Count now goes even to 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike to Kurikawa. Right-hander again delivers. There's a breaking ball that misses down and in. Count now goes to 2-1. Ito again holding to the set, kicks and delivers. Fastball taken for a call strike. Count now runs even to 2-2. Phil says that Maeda is looking sharp so far. Yeah, he is looking like vintage Kenta Maeda. Probably the moment that really turned my head for Maeda was when he was with the Dodgers pitching against the Red Sox in the World Series. I forget what year that was, maybe 2018, 19. Fastball swung on the line to the left field. It's going to get down for a base hit in front of the left fielder, Nomura. And so Kurikawa's got himself a leadoff single, and that's going to bring up the first baseman in Hideto Asamura. And I think it was the game that he came out of the bullpen. It might have been the game that he went head-to-head with. I think Nathan Eovaldi was pitching for the Red Sox. It was classic baseball. He had, I think, went 6 strong innings out of the pen. Unbelievable. But just the way he kept the hitters off balance, the way he did things, it was an absolute classic game. So Hideto Asamura at the plate. And the right-hander delivers. There's a fastball taken for a called strike. The count is 0-1 to Asamura. Asamura flew up to center field his first time up. As Ito gets the sign from Tamiya. And he works himself into the set. And instead, he steps off the backside of the rubber and feigns the throw over to first base. Count no balls and 1 strike. Got the right-hander Ito working to the belt. Now to the chest, he kicks and delivers. There's a fastball that misses upstairs, and the count now goes to 1-1 on Asamura. So 1 ball and 1 strike as they pick over to first base and diving back in time. Samurai Prayer with the interesting anecdote. He said that Maeda hit a home run in his debut at Dodger Stadium. That's pretty cool. There's a fastball swung on it as lifted foul into the seats behind home plate. Count 1-2 now to Asamura. Yeah, I wonder how much he does have in the tank because, you know, he's as I said before, he threw a lot of pitches, especially in some of those early at-bats. You know, you look at that Yuya Gunji at-bat, 10-pitch at-bat. It's not like he's gone full counts to hitters. He's only done that once tonight to Kodi Azawa. But some of the pitches, some of the bats that they've had have been, 5, 6, 7 pitch at bats, and they just foul pitches off. Other at bats like that would be the leadoff hitter DeCastro. Also looking at the Tamiya at bat where he had him at 0-2 and just couldn't put him away early. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Breaking ball misses down and away, and the count goes to 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Here's a 2-2. Fastball misses down and away, and the count goes to 3-2. So 3 balls and 2 strikes. So here we go. Here comes the 3-2 pitch as Ito works himself into that set. Now delivers fastball swung on and grounded foul over on the third base side. Count 3-2 to Asamura. The runner was on the move on that pitch. So 3 balls and 2 strikes to Asamura as he has to go get himself a new piece of lumber. So 3-2 it is here to the right-handed hitting first baseman of the Eagles. I remember when we first started watching the Eagles, he was the second baseman, was Asamura. Moved him over to third, and now he's found a home over at first base. He doesn't have the range that he once used to have. Fastball misses outside. There goes the runner down to second. The throw, is it in time? Or does it matter? Because Asamura, it looks like, has drawn ball 4. So that is going to be a walk. That's going to put runners at first and second. Had to wait on that one. So now Ito's got himself in a little bit of a pickle. So that is going to be Ito, who is going to get a conference and a talking to by the catcher. So here we are. We're back to it again. Fred Phil said back again, how much does he have in the tank? Well, we're about to find out tonight. I have to take a look at his exact pitch count right now. I want to say he's got to be in the 60s. Now, of course, we're talking about Kenta Maeda. So here we are, is Tsukimori Biashi coming to the dish. Maeda tonight, 59 pitches in his 4 innings of work. There's a fastball swung on, grounded over to short. They go to second for 1, back to first, and it's in time. That's going to be a 6-4-3 double play. So the double plays are showing up here in earnest. It is going to advance Kurikawa over to third. So Asamura gone for the first out of the inning on the double play. Biashi on the trail side, and that's going to bring up the right fielder in Yuya Ogo. And so for Ogo, well, he strides to the plate. He is 1 for 1 tonight. He's also had a stolen base. Question earlier came in. Tink asked the question. He says, can the Lions and the Hawks go over 10.5? Well, you're only a half away now. The bottom of the 7th. He's going to get one more run punched across. Lions have been playing some decent ball, or at least better than what I would have anticipated. So here comes the first offering to Ogo. It's a fastball that is Well, it's the umpire said that he went around. It looked like it was a ball inside, so no one balls and one strike to Ogo. Marks Buffalo's top of the heap. It is the Hawks are in second, and the Eagles and the Lions are 4.5 games back. Both of these teams win tonight. More than likely, they'll still be 4.5 back as the Buffaloes are still leading that ball game against the Marines. But the Fighters would slip away. There's a fastball swung on and fouled away. Count 0-2 to Ogo. 58 pitches so far for the right-hander Ito on the other side of the coin. One thing that is noticeable is Ito only has 2 strikeouts tonight. Normally I would expect Ito to be up more than 1 per inning. He may have lost a little bit off his, some of his stuff. He was quite the workhorse last year. Fastball swung on, lifted into the right side of the infield, and it is going to be caught by Castro. And that is going to do it here for the 3rd out of the inning. So the Eagles, well, they had no runs in the inning. They had a hit, no errors. And there was 1 runner left aboard. Your score as we now move to the top of the 5th inning. It is a 1-0 lead for the Eagles. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back with all the action in just a few right after this timeout. Appreciate you guys for hanging in here with us on the Last Rouse Baseball YouTube channel. Our friend Tink says, do you think the Buffaloes will win? Yeah, earlier on I did. I still think they'll win. We'll be right back after this.
Hello, everybody. And you know why we're here? Well, of course you do. You'd be nuts not to be here to watch Freddie call another game. Freddie, the king of kings on baseball commentary. You know what? Come to think of it, with Freddie, there's absolutely nothing hotter than listening to him broadcast. Not even the Reaper Triple X puckered butt squeezing hot sauce. We'll just give it a whirl here. All right, Freddie. Cheers. Holy cow, that may be a close second to you, Freddie. Still the hottest broadcast right now on YouTube. Peace out. Call a great game.
Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be Reyes, Nomura, and Yozawa, the 4, 5, and 6 hitters to come to bat. And it'll be Kenta Maeda here, who is at 59 pitches through his 4 innings, as he will take on the heart of the order here. This is going to be the test. Maeda can get through this inning here. He has gone deeper so far than any other time this season, so we'll have to see what Maeda has to do. CV Baseball card collector in the house. Caesar, great to have you back in here again tonight. Always the pleasure. As the first pitch breaking ball is swung on and it is lifted foul. Count is 0-1 to Reyes. Back to the net next week. Going to catch the C's, and I think it is, I don't think it's the Spokane Ball Club. Try to get to another minor league game. Got a pile of minor league games under the belt. I'm going to have probably about 10 this year by the end of June. Already got a couple of MLB games under the belt. There's a breaking ball that misses down, and the count now goes even to 1-1. But the way Murakami's playing, I might end up going and catching the White Sox. I think they're going to make their way to Seattle. So we've got ourselves the 1-1 pitch. Fastball misses down and away, and the count now goes to 2-1. So 2 balls and a strike. So here comes the 2-1 to Maeda as the pitch on the way is a fastball. They peel over to the first base umpire, but they say that Reyes didn't go, and the count now goes to 3-1. Reyes 0 for 1 tonight. He had struck out his first time up against Maeda. This is where you got to be concerned about Maeda, where you get a guy on, and the next thing you know, there's a ball in the seats. Things go sideways. There's a breaking ball that misses inside. It's going to be ball 4 That's going to put Reyes aboard with a leadoff walk, and that'll bring up the left fielder, Yuki Nomura. So our friend Phil Cantelon, who is over here, how much has he got left in the tank? And then there goes the catcher out to the mound to talk to him. He wasn't even close on a couple of those pitches. And that's where the warning bells need to be going off and the concern bells. At least in my eyes, anyways. I as I said, I like Maeda. I like the way that he carries himself, little stuff. Even when he was with the Minnesota Twins, fun to watch. But unfortunately for him, getting a little bit long in years. I have to go back and look, but I think he's 38 years old now. Once upon a time with the Hiroshima Carp, bounces back with the Tohoku Ball Club. There's a fastball swung on. It is grounded through the 6-hole into left field. That's going to be a base hit. Stopping at second is Reyes. Nomura with a single, and here we go. This is the time where you got to be worried right now if you are an Eagle fan. Can Maeda get through his nemesis, which is inning number 5? That is going to bring Kota Yazawa to the plate. And for Yazawa, well, he's 0 for 1 tonight. He lined to the shortstop his first time up. Phil Cantelon says, is there going to be a crooked number coming up here? Well, yeah, you got to be wondering here, is this the time that the fighters are going to start shoving some runs on the board? Not going to get any easier. You got Chusei Minami waiting on deck. He's got 10 home runs this season. Here comes the pitch. Squaring the bunt is Yozawa, and he takes a breaking ball down and in. Count is 1-0. I think if I'm the Eagles, I think there's a 5-alarm blaze going on in my bullpen. I don't know. You can't see the bullpens as they're in behind underneath the stands, but you got to think the alarm bells are going off here. Ball and no strikes. Tink said, did you say you like the Giants or the Swallows? Neither one. Oh, you mean for tonight's game? Yeah, I didn't say anything about that one at all. There's a breaking ball taken for a called strike, and the count's 1-1 to Yozawa. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Yozawa adjusting his gloves, steps out of the batter's box, and we are ready to go again. They are in at the corners, and they're in double play depth up the middle. They are shading Yozawa over to the right side of the infield. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball misses down. It's now 2-1 to Yozawa. So 2 balls and 1 strike. Fighters threatening here. 2 on, nobody out in the top of the 5th inning. They are looking for their first run of the game. Eagles got their only run on the home run off the bat of Ryuya Taira back in inning number 3 with a couple outs. That is where we stand here. Maeda working himself to the set. Pitch number 69 of the ball game. Breaking ball takes it for a called strike, and the count now goes to 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. So Maeda ready to go again. He leans in and gets the sign. As the 2-2 is on the way, there's a breaking ball swung on and fouled away. Count remains at 2-2 to Yozawa. The other thing I would say, too, is not only do you have a situation with Maeda here where he is struggling in this inning, you also have a situation where the tempo and the pace has changed significantly. When Maeda was in a rhythm, he was getting the ball, he was moving quickly, he was delivering the pitches. All of a sudden, they get a runner on, and now they got 2 runners on, and he is just sort of ground to a halt. He's not in the rhythm that he had in the first 4 innings. So 2 balls and 2 strikes it is to Yozawa. Yozawa's going to be a tough guy to double up. He does run well. As Maeda leans in, gets the sign. Here comes the 2-2. Pitch on the way. Fastball swung on it. Another one lifted foul into the seats. And the trend of long at-bats continues here as it's 2 balls and 2 strikes remains to Yozawa. So 2-2 it is. As the fighters are the one positive about the two teams in this area, fighters fans don't have to travel all that far to go to a game outside of their home team. There's a breaking ball swung on it, another one lifted foul, and this battle is going to continue. Another long at bat. This is going to be an 8-pitch at bat here to Yozawa. Yozawa, his first at bat, saw 7 pitches as he lined out to the shortstop. We talked about the Gunji 10-pitch at bat. There was other 5 and 6 pitch at bats. Emil Reyes had one his first time up. There was Yua Tamiya had a lengthy at bat. So did Rodolfo Castro to start the game. There's another fastball swung on and fouled away. And the battle is just continue on. 8 pitches now here seen by Yozawa. If anything, it might take the sting out of the pitcher here. For the next hitter, which is Chusei Minami. Will Maeda face Minami? So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Maeda leans in, gets the sign. Waggling the bat is Kodi Yozawa. Here comes the 2-2. Breaking ball misses inside, and here we go again. 3 balls and 2 strikes. As I said, Maeda does not have, he's only gone 4+ innings twice. 5th inning is his nemesis, at least this season. So he nods in agreement. Yeah, that's the one thing. I remember Jake Peavy years ago, the San Diego Padre pitcher, and then he was, I think, ended his career with the Red Sox, or at least pitched quite a bit there toward the end of his career. And he wasn't quite the same guy, and he would really have to work hard to get through 5 innings. Pitch on the way. Breaking ball misses outside. It's going to be ball 4, and that's going to load the bases. So Reyes is going to make his way to third. Amura over to second. Yozawa, the runner, now at first. That's going to bring Chusei Minami to the plate. That's definitely going to bring the catcher out to the mound and the pitching coach on a full-on trot. As they're going to come out and have a word here with Maeda. It's one of the funnier things. They not only do they come out to the mound, they also bring a bottle of water with them. We don't always see that. We definitely don't see that in Major League Baseball. Next thing you know, they'll probably look to give them a back massage or something. So the bases are full of fighters. Nobody gone here in the 5th inning, and Chusei Minami striding to the plate. Minami tonight, well, he's 1 for 1. He was erased on a double play back in the 3rd inning. He's got a chance to blow this thing apart here with one swing of the bat. So Minami on the season hitting .226. He's got 10 homers and 20 runs batted in. And for those of you who have just joined us, we appreciate you for popping in the stream. You've made it in at the right time. Maeda kicks and delivers. There's a breaking ball down. The count goes to 1-0. I'm not sure what the over-under was for the first 5 innings of this one. My guess would have been either 2.5 or 3.5. And if you took the under, you're biting your nails right now. If you took the over, well, big dog's got to eat sometimes. And right now you're looking at a pretty good position here. 1 ball and no strikes to Minami. Now, time has been called as it looks like they need a new baseball here for Maeda. So 1 ball and no strikes. That's that new baseball ready to go back at it. Leaning in, getting the sign from his catcher, Oda. He works himself into the set position. He checks the runners. Now he kicks and delivers. Fastball on the outside corner for a called strike, and the count goes even to 1-1 on Manami. Even Manami would be a tough player to double up. He does run pretty good for a big man. Fastball that he threw there was a two-seam fastball with a little backdoor run. So 1 ball and 1 strike. As the pitch on the way, it's a breaking ball swung on and missed. Count goes to 1-2 on Manami. So Manami here, down behind in the count. Maeda looking to get himself out of this jam. Crowd doing their best to cheer on the veteran right-hander. Strikeout would be massive here. Here comes the 1-2. Maeda sets. Now delivers. Fastball swung on. This ball is going to be lined over to the second baseman. They say he didn't catch it. They're going to get the runner in the rundown between first and second. They've got the runner hung up, and it's a terrible execution of the rundown. They finally are going to apply the tag. They are going to get a run in here in the inning. It's going to tie the ball game at 1, but it is going to be a double play. I do think they ended up getting Maeda out, and they ended up getting the runner, Yozawa, in a rundown between first and second. So I have to get you the scoring on that one. But Reyes in to score. No RBI on the play because of the double play. Nomura's over to third. So Asamura had range to his left. He wasn't able to catch the ball. The runners had the tag. He threw to first to get the out. I say it was Asamura. It was actually the second baseman, Kurikawa. And then they got themselves into one heck of a rundown. It would have been like 4-3 to 6 to whatever. A very difficult scoring play on that one. So Manami gone for the first out. Yozawa gone for the second out. And that's got a runner at third with 1 run in, and the pitch is a fastball swung on and fouled away, and the count is 1-1 to Mizuno. So if you joined us looking for the over or the under, well, right now at this point in time, the Eagles pitcher Maeda is trying to wiggle himself out of this situation here. 2 runs so far in the ball game. It's a 1-1 score. There's a fastball that misses down. Count goes to 1-1 on Mizuno. I would hazard a guess, and I would bet dollars to donuts that this is going to be Maeda's last inning. I can't see him coming back out. 81 pitches so far for the right-hander. I'd be shocked if he made it out for the 6th. There's a breaking ball swung on, grounded over to the right side of the infield, fielded by Asamura. He flips it to the pitcher covering, and he's able to wiggle himself out of the jam, only allowing 1 run. It's a ground out 3-1 if you're keeping a score along with us. Mizuno in the books for out number 3. 1 run in the inning on the benefit of only 1 hit. There was no errors, and there was 1 runner left aboard. Your scores, we now move to the bottom half of inning number 5. It is the Eagles 1 and the Fighters 1. Stay with us, everybody. We'll be back in just a couple moments on the Last Raps Baseball YouTube channel after this timeout. Your score is the Fighters 1 and the Eagles 1. We'll be back in just a few. Appreciate you guys for hanging in here with us on the Last Raps Baseball YouTube channel. We'll be back in just a few. Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be Hiromi Ito coming back onto the hill for his fifth inning of work as we are all locked up at one apiece. It is going to be the third baseman Akira Shiganaga who is coming to bat to lead it off. 0 for 4 on the season. He struck out looking his first time up. Then it'll be Yuma Yasuda and Hikaru Oda as the pitch on the way is a breaking ball taken for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. Shiganaga has struck out, as has Yasuda, so two players have struck out and struck out by Ito in this one here tonight. Fastball swung on, grounded softly to short. Fielded by Mizuno on the run. He fires to first. That's going to be a ground out 6-3. So one gone here. It'll bring up the designated hitter in Yuma Yasuda. So for Yasuda, he is 0 for 1 tonight. He has struck out his only time up. It was a 7-pitch battle back in inning number 3. Average is dipped below 200. He's hitting $192. Homer and 4 runs batted in. As Ito comes to the set, here's the pitch. Fastball swung on. Oh boy, it looked like the home plate umpire took that one pretty flush. I have to get a look at the replay on that one. There was a college game earlier this week. We're looking at that. Yeah, he did. And that plate umpire took it right between the eyeballs. I forget where the college game was in the States. I don't know if it was Vanderbilt. Fastball swung on, grounded over to first, fielded by Kiyomiya. He's going to easily win the race to the bag. Ground out to 3 for the second out of the inning. Maybe it was Alabama. Anyways, the umpire took a foul tip right in the mask, and he literally went right down on his back, flat out, comatose. Going to bring Hikaru Oda to the plate. Oda is 0 for 1 tonight. He lined out to first his first time up. But the home plate umpire, took that one flush on. There is a first pitch breaking ball that misses inside, and the count is 1-0. There's sometimes when you are officiating a game, if you've ever officiated a baseball game and you're in behind home plate, and it's like you are an absolute piñata. Some nights it's like everything you do, you're going to get crunched. Fastball swung on, lifted down the left field line. It's going to go foul, and the count is 1-1 to Oda. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Again, Ito ready to go again. Kicks and fires. Fastball misses up and in. Count now goes to 2-1 on Oda. Again, Ito checking his sign with his catcher as he works set. Now delivers. Breaking ball swung on and tapped foul into the hitter, and the count now 2-2 to Oda. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. So 2 balls and 2 strikes as the right-hander works himself into the set position. Pitch on the way. It's a fastball missing upstairs, and the count now goes to 3-2. So 3 balls and 2 strikes. Again, the right-hander holds set, now delivers. Breaking ball misses up and away. It's going to be ball 4, and Oda's aboard with a 2-out walk. It's going to bring up the top of the order in Ryuya Taira. And Taira has been the only offense for the Eagles in this one as he homered in the 3rd inning. He is 1 for 2 tonight. So Taira is coming to the dish. Oda the runner at first. And the right-hander Ito works to the set. Here comes the pitch. Fastball swung on, hammered foul down the left field line. The count is 0-1. Well, the swings that he's had tonight off of Ito Looks like Tyra is enjoying facing the veteran right-hander. He's batting .296 now on the season. As he hits from the right side here against Ito. Ito checks the side, works himself to the belt. Here's the pitch. Fastball swung on line, right back to the pitcher. Ito gets his glove up to knock it down. He throws to first. It's going to be a 1-3 putout. And that is going to do it here for the third out of the inning. Oh, it was self-defense more than anything. That ball was coming right back, right at his face. Nice job there by Ito to get the glove up, knock it down, and then he makes the play over to first to end the inning. And that is going to do it here in the fifth. No runs, no hits, no errors. There was a runner left aboard. We are through 5 complete innings. This is what we like to call the Japanese halftime. So for all of you who are with us, please stick around. Be sure to enjoy your music as we're going to put it on loop. We're going to get ourselves a new beverage. We're going to get ourselves a little stretch. We'll be back in about 5 minutes with the 6th inning and beyond.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Namaste. Hey, I hope you guys have been enjoying the game. My name is Hollis. I've got a YouTube channel called Another Hollis Build. I love baseball cards. I open up brand new product for you guys. I open up old stuff. I do breaks. I do auctions. All kinds of stuff concerning baseball. I'm Friars faithful, Padres to the end. I also love Garbage Pail Kids and my animals. I have a ton of animals. It's like a mini petting zoo here around my house. I also love my city. San Diego, baby. I'll take you all around the city and show you what's up. If you guys dig stuff like that, cruise on over and check it out. It's Another Hollis Build. If you dig it, subscribe. I'd really appreciate to have more follow me along on the journey. Hey, either way, you guys have a wonderful day or a beautiful, beautiful evening. No matter which one it is, make sure that you make it great, my friends. Big up Last Raps Baseball. Yeah, Freddie, let's go. One love and peace. Yeah, man.
Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be the 9, 1, and 2 hitters to come to bat for the Fighters in the 6th inning. We still got a couple of moments as they are just finishing grooming the field, and we'll be back with all the action in just a bit. It is slated to come to bat Tamiya, the top of the order, Castro, and Gunji, but we'll be back in just a couple after this. Little break with our friend Steve Rademacher.
Hello, everybody. And you know why we're here? Well, of course you do. You'd be nuts not to be here to watch Freddie call another game. Freddie, the king of kings on baseball commentary. You know what? Come to think of it, with Freddie, there's absolutely nothing hotter than listening to him broadcast. Not even the Reaper Triple X puckered butt squeezing hot sauce. We'll just give it a whirl here. All right, Freddie. Cheers. Holy cow, that may be a close second to you, Freddie. Still the hottest broadcast right now on YouTube. Peace out. Call a great game.
Appreciate you there, Steve, and the support you give to our channel. In turn, we like to support our friend Steve Rademacher. Be sure to check him out after the ball game, as he's got all kinds of crazy things. It is going to be Ua Tamiya, the top of the order, Rodolfo Castro, and Yuya Gunji slated to come to bat here in inning number 6 for the Fighters. As we are waiting for the two clubs to get back out so we can resume the action here. And as we had predicted, it is not going to be Kenta Maeda on the mound. They are going to the bullpen. It is going to be number 69, and that is going to be Suryo Uchi, who is coming in. And my expectation with Uchi, we're probably going to see him for a couple innings. He is that kind of guy. So Kenta Maeda escapes 5 innings, and he is going to be passing the torch over to Uchi, who has had a bit of a struggle this year, posting an ERA up around 7.36. So he is taking over here to face the Fighters in this one. As the right-hander will complete his tune-up tosses, we'll be ready to get this one back underway. Taking a quick look at the out-of-town scoreboard, it is in the top of the 7th inning. The Swallows leading the Giants 3-0. Where did that come from? In the bottom of the 6th inning, it is the Carp leading the Bay Stars 9-0. Tigers have a 2-0 lead over the Dragons. Remember, we predicted that the Tigers would win tonight. They wouldn't be swept. Our friend Tink must be happy because it's a 10-1 Lions lead over the Hawks, so you're 10.5 cleared. The Kyocera Dome in the top of the 9th inning, it is a 3-0 Buffalo lead over the Marines. That is where the scores are at tonight. So we're ready to resume the action here in the top of the 6th inning. Uchi has completed his tune-up tosses as Ua Tamiya will stride to the plate. Tamiya is 0 for 1 tonight. He has flown to center, his only trip up. Batting from the left side here against the right-handed throwing Uchi, who is on in relief, wearing number 69. As the pitch is on the way, there's a breaking ball that misses down and in. Count is 1-0. Kenta Maeda faced 17 batters tonight in his 5 innings of work. He was pretty effective through the first 4 innings. The 5th inning, he got himself into a little bit of trouble, but he was able to wiggle out. The right decision by the brass to get him out of the game. There's a split finger pitch that is swung on and missed. The count goes even to 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Those of you who like Japanese baseball, we'll put up the schedule that we'll do here in the next couple of days. As we mentioned, we're going to be away on the weekend, so I'm not going to be able to get anything accomplished as there is a fastball swung on and fouled off into the feet of Tamiya. Count 1 ball and 2 strikes. So Tamiya walks it off. He gets himself back into the batter's box, does a little bit of gardening as he smooths that out. And now Uchi ready to go back at it again as he rocks himself slowly into the windup. Kicks and delivers. Fastball misses upstairs, and the count goes to 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Again, the right-hander ready to go as he gets that side from his catcher, and he rocks himself slowly into the windup as he kicks and fires. Breaking ball misses up and away, and the count now goes to 3-2 on Tamiya. Got to find a way to put up a 0 here if you are a fan of the Eagles. Whatever they can do to slam the door, so to speak. Keep the Fighters off the board. Fighters, I have to say, have got a lot of firepower. Even off of the bench, they can bring in a few players who can do some serious damage. There's a breaking ball missing way upstairs, and nothing like a leadoff walk. That burned him last inning when Franmil Reyes led off the inning with a walk, and now it is a free pass here to Utamiya, and that's going to allow Rodolfo Castro to come to the plate. For Castro tonight, he is 1 for 2. He singled, was erased on a double play, and then he had grounded to short in his 2 trips. So Castro, who has got his season average now up to 250, he's 11 for 44. He's got those 5 homers and 10 runs batted in. It's the start at second base tonight, but we saw him in the outfield the other night. Wonder how the big boss will plan to deploy him. Here's the pitch. Fastball misses upstairs. Count is 1-0. 1 ball and no strikes. And Uchi has called the catcher out to the mound. I wonder if they're going to have a discussion here about something, or if maybe it is time that they might want to call the trainer out. So it looks like Uchi is going to be okay, as he's going to take a tour of the backside of the round circle. And now he comes back to the top of the mound. So 1 ball and no strikes it is here to the leadoff hitter, Castro. So Uchi leaning in, getting the sign from Oda as he checks the runner over at first. He works himself to the set position. Here comes the 1-0. Pitch on the way. Fastball swung on, lifted foul into the seats over on the first base side. Count 1 ball and 1 strike. Eagles Fighters locked at 1 here in inning number 6. The starter Kenta Maeda is out of the ball game. Hiromi Ito, well, he's still sailing along. As Castro waggles the bat, and waiting on the offering here from Uchi, who works himself to the set position again. Here comes the 1-0. Pitch on the way. Fastball swung on, lifted down the right field line. Over in the corner. Is it going to be playable? Yeah, it is. Nice catch there by Ogo. He fires it back in. Holding it first is Tamiya. That is going to retire Castro for the first out of the inning. It'll bring up the third baseman in Yuya Gunji. Well, for Gunji tonight, he is officially 0 for 2. He has struck out and grounded into a double play. So he comes to the plate here. As the right-hander works himself into the set position, here comes the offering, but instead diving back over to first base is the runner, Yuya Tamiya. Tamiya does not have a stolen base. He does run pretty good for a catcher. I think if there was something, any type of shenanigans here, I don't think it'd be a straight steal, but I think it could be maybe a hit and run, try to stay out of a double play, but it's a little early in the count for that. Here comes the first pitch down, and the count goes to 1-0. Now it might be the right count. Got to get yourself ahead in the count here to be able to put something on. So 1 ball and no strikes. Again, the right-hander works to the set, but they throw over to first base, and diving back in time is the runner. So 1 ball and no strikes it is. Gunji taps both sides of the dish. The right-hander leans in and he works himself into the set position. Here comes the 1-0 offering. Pitch on the way, breaking ball down, and the count now goes to 2-0. So 2 balls and no strikes. So 2 balls and no strikes as Uchi ready to go again. Again, works himself into the set position. Here comes the delivery to Gunji. It's a fastball swung on it, is popped up behind home plate, giving chase right up over to the backstop. Is he going to have a chance to make the play? No, it hits the netting. As Oda had got all the way to the warning track there, right by the netting. That's going to run the count to 2-1 on Gunji. So 2 balls and 1 strike. Having a good chuckle. The pitch is a fastball, take it for a called strike, and the count goes to 2-2. For those of you who are sporting fans outside of just baseball, the National Hockey League has a team, the Carolina Hurricanes. When you go to their games, they have a mug made in the form of a skate. They call it a beer skate. So if you want to get yourself a beer, it's shaped like a skate. I wonder if they would have something like a beer glove in baseball. That would be pretty cool. You get to go to the game and you get yourself a beer, and it's in the form of a glove. Here's the pitch. Fastball swung on and missed, and Gunji's retired for the second out of the inning. So 2 gone here. It's going to leave it all up to the first baseman in Kentaro Kiyomiya. And for Kiyomiya, well, he is 0 for 2 tonight. He is grounded to second, and he is popped to short. And it looks like that is going to be the end of the night for Uchi. The manager, Mickey, is already coming out to make the change. Onodera, the pitching coach, out. They're going to get the ball from him, and that is going to do it. We're going to see ourselves another pitcher. So stick around, everybody. We'll be back in just a couple of moments. Eagles going to the bullpen. We got ourselves a ball game here at 1-1. Runner on first, 2 gone. That is the end of the night for Uchi. Pretty quick hook, as a matter of fact, and we'll be right back after this.
Hey, where are you going? It's a pitching change. Come on, sit back down. You don't go out there. Don't go get no food or anything. You've got a big decision. Are you gonna throw in there Raleigh Fingers? Maybe Goose Gossage? How about maybe Mariano Rivera or Lee Smith, Dennis Eckersley? Who knows? It's a pitching change. Come on back. You know who I would pick for this? A nice, tall, cool one. There's my pitcher. That's my pitching change. That's a winning combination. Come see my channel. You know, every day is opening day. And according to Bob, I must be in the front row. Blah.
Welcome back, everybody. It is a pitching change. It's going to be Chihao Sung coming on in relief, the Eagles right-hander, who has had some really good moments with the Eagles out of the pen, and sometimes he has struggled. But Chihao Sung, who was a couple of seasons ago pretty much a lockdown reliever with Enraku and Matsui coming out of the bullpen for the Eagles. But he has had his share of minor injuries and even some odd major one with some surgeries in his elbow. So he is completing his tune-up tosses, and we are ready to resume the action. He's going to be entrusted to face Kentaro Kiyomiya. As we said, Kiyomiya 0 for 2 tonight. Fighters looking to break the deadlock in this one here. Both teams have a run and 3 hits. Nobody to this point has made an error. Kiyomiya hitting .266 on the year, 7 homers and 23 runs batted in. Batting from the left side here against Sung. As the right-hander leans in and gets the sign as he works himself now to the set position. Here's the pitch to Kiyomiya. It's a fastball swung on and chopped foul over on the first base side. No balls and 1 strike to Kiyomiya. Kiyomiya has been swinging the bat fairly well. He's got the 7 homers and 23 runs batted in this year. He has seemingly been a little bit quiet as of late. As the 0-1 on its way here. Pitch on the way. Fastball misses down, and the count goes even to 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Song back down, gets the rosin bag, digs himself a little bit of a hole in front of the rubber. We are ready to resume the action as it's 1-1 here. Right-hander works himself into the set position. Here comes the pitch. On the way, fastball misses down, and the count now goes to 2-1. So 2 balls and 1 strike. So Song looking to trying to get the Eagles out of this inning. I'm curious to see if they would bring him back for another inning or not. Or if this is just the one batter or the one batter to get the out here at the end of the inning. There's a fastball missing down and away. It's now 3-1 to Kiyomiya. Waiting his turn on deck is Franmil Reyes. You certainly don't want to get to that part. Reyes with a couple of ducks on the pond. I was saying last night, that's where you kind of want to get the hitter here and then split up the 2 hitters. Certainly Kiyomiya and Reyes in the order last night. It was Morishita and Sato. You could divide and conquer, get the one for the last out and get the other for the first out. There is a fastball that just misses up, and that's going to be ball 4. Kiyomiya is going to be aboard with a walk. It's going to advance Tamiya over to second. That's going to bring Franmil Reyes to the plate. And it's also going to bring the pitching coach out to the mound. So the pitching coach, Onandera, is wearing a path right to the hill. And Tohoku here tonight, they're going to have to get the grass seed out and maybe sod the grass. So 2 gone in the inning. Runners at first and second. Tamiya the runner at second. Kiyomiya the runner at first. Franmil Reyes is officially 0 for 1 tonight. He struck out and walked. He did score the only run of the game for the Fighters as he came home on that double play rundown. So he is coming to the plate here to face the right-hander Sung. Reyes batting .305 on the year with those 3 homers and 13 RBIs. He is a menacing presence in the Fighter lineup. And here comes the first pitch. Fastball misses down and away. Counts 1-0. Ball and no strikes to Reyes. Yuki Nomura waiting his turn on deck. That's been the one thing that I've been questioning is why do you have Reyes and why do you have Nomura batting behind him? I don't understand why Chusei Minami isn't up in the order. I mean, Minami's got 10 bombs this year, so if you pitch around one, you might have to pitch to the other. Or I wonder how Minami would be seated in the 4 hole with Reyes batting 5, or maybe in the 3 hole with Reyes batting 4. There's a fastball swung on this ball's lined into left field. It's getting down for a base hit. That's going to get a run in. And rounding second and heading over to third is going to be Kiyomiya. And that is going to make the scoreline 2-1 on the RBI single off the bat of Reyes. And the Fighters are now spreading their wings as they have taken a 2-1 lead. So Tamiya in to score the second run for the Fighters in this one. And I'll bring Yuki Nomura to the plate with runners on the corners and 2 gone. So Reyes getting himself an RBI. That's his 14th of the season. As the right-hander Sung goes down to the rosin bag. So Uchi, not very effective here tonight. Walked the leadoff hitter. That we were saying before in some of our other streams, that walking of the leadoff batter just comes back to haunt you. Tonight, the leadoff hitter has been walked twice, and both times they have come around to score runs for the Fighters. There's a first pitch fastball that misses low, and the count's 1-0 to Nomura. On the flip side of the coin, there hasn't been any leadoff walks. Of course, nobody has scored. The only run that the Eagles have got has been the solo shot by Tyra. Here comes the 1-0. Fastball swung on, lined into left field. This ball stays fair. It's going to be trouble. It's down. It's going to get all the way to the wall. One run is in. Rounding third and stopping at third is going to be Reyes on the double off the bat of Nomura. So Nomura's got to get himself an RBI. And to score is Kiyomiya. And the Fighters have increased their lead now to 3-1. That'll bring up the center fielder in Kodi Yazawa. Well, for Yazawa, he is officially 0 for 1. He has a walk and a line out to short. And the Fighters are one more swing away from really blowing this thing apart. 3-1, they now have the lead. Ito, and a bit of cruise control for the Fighters. Kenta Maeda out of the ballgame. It's been turned over to the bullpen, and the bullpen is starting to let the Eagles down. So right-hander Sung checks the runner over at second as he works himself to the belt. Here's the pitch. Fastball swung on, grounded over to the right side, fielded by Asamura. And that is going to do it. Yazawa's gone on a ground out to 3 for out number 3. But the Fighters do some damage in the inning. They put up a crooked number, 2 runs in the inning on the benefit of 2 hits. There was no errors, and there were 2 runners left aboard. Your score as we move to the bottom of the 6th inning, it is the Fighters with a 3-1 lead over the Eagles. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back in just a little bit with all the action. Appreciate you for hanging here on the Last Rounds Baseball YouTube channel. We'll see you back in just a few. Your score, it's 3-1 for the, check that, 3-1 for the Fighters over the Eagles. We were jumping the gun here as we have given the Eagles the lead, and that is not the case as we are moving now to the bottom of the 6th inning. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back in 30 with all the action right after this musical timeout. Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be Ryosuke Tatsumi and then Fumiya Kurakawa and Hideto Asamura to come to bat here against Ito. And the first pitch backs Tatsumi off the plate for ball 1. Count is 1-0. 71 pitches through 5 innings for Ito. And I would have to say that he is probably on pace to go at least a couple of more innings for the Fighters. They need him to be the ace of what they expect. Fastball swung on, lined into center field, right to the glove of Yozawa. Tatsumi gone for the first out of the inning. And that'll bring up the second baseman in Fumiya Kurakawa. The ball was hit right on the screws. Yazawa hardly had to move to haul that one in. So that is going to bring to the plate Kurikawa, who is 1 for 2 tonight. He's got a single and 2 trips. Pitch on the way, breaking ball taken for a called strike. The count is 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike. So no balls and 1 strike it is, as the right-hander delivers. It's a breaking ball that just misses for a ball, and the count is 1-1. Other news that we just had a flash for, it looks like that Austin Cox, the Bay Stars left-handed pitcher, is done for the year with internal brace surgery. That's sort of like a smaller version of Tommy John. There's a fastball taken for a called strike. The count now goes to 1-2 on Kurikawa. So interesting, as that is definitely something to keep an eye on. Right-hander Ito getting the sign from his catcher. He works himself into the set position. Here comes the 1-2. There's a breaking ball swung on. It is lifted into left center field. Moving over underneath it is the center fielder Yazawa, who calls off the left fielder Nomura. And that is going to retire Kurikawa for the second out of the inning, and that is going to leave it all up to the first baseman in Hideto Asamura. So Asamura striding to the plate. He is officially 0 for 1. He has a walk, and he has flown out to center field. As the right-hander kicks and delivers, there's a breaking ball taken for a called strike, and the count is 0-1 to Asamura. So no balls and 1 strike. Right-hander working himself into the set position. Here comes the 0-1. Breaking ball misses down and away, and the count goes to 1-1. My guess would be is that if they can keep this type of lead, you got to expect that Ito good for at least 7 innings, if not maybe 8. So the 1-1 pitch on the way. Ito delivers. Fastball swung on, grounded through the 6-hole into left field. Asamura's got himself his first hit of the evening. And that is going to put him aboard. It'll bring up the shortstop, and it's Itsuki Muribayashi. Well, for Muribayashi, as he strides to the plate, he is 0 for 2 tonight. He is grounded into a double play, and he's grounded to second. I forget who it was last year, and they kept lamenting about the fact that in the NPB, it was always hard to get 3 up, 3 down innings. Well, tonight it's not always been the case. But I will say this, Ito had the first inning where it was 3 up, 3 down. Every other inning he has had runners aboard. Kenta Maeda, well, he had 4 3 up, 3 down innings, but 2 of them were what I call the unconventional, where you have a runner on and the ground into a double play. There's a breaking ball taken for a called strike. The count is 0-1 to Muribayashi. So you face the minimum, but you do give up a hit or a walk. So no balls and 1 strike, as the pitch is a fastball swung on and lifted foul down the right field line, and the count is 0-2. No balls and 2 strikes. Muribayashi ready to go again here as the right-hander Ito works himself into the set position. 0-2 on the way. Fastball misses way upstairs. The count goes to 1-2 on Muribayashi. Right-hander Ito ready to go back to work. Getting his sign from the catcher Tamiya as he works himself into the set. Pitch on the way. Fastball swung on and lifted foul down the right field line, and the count remains at 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. Ito gets himself a new baseball, and we're ready to go back at it again. Fighter's right-hander nods in agreement, as now he has worked himself into the set. Pitch on the way. Fastball swung on line. And did it get it on one bounce? Nice play by the shortstop, Mizuno. He throws to first. Oh, my goodness. What a play that was. It looked like that ball was going to get knocked up the middle. He ends up taking it on the hop. He does a 360, fires to first, and Murray Biashi gone on a ground out 6-3 for out number 3. Well, no runs in the inning. There was a hit. The single by Asamura. There was no errors, and there was one runner left aboard. Score now as we move to the top of the 7th inning. It is a 3-1 Fighters lead. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back in just a little bit with all the action after this time out. We got a 3-1 score line, and we'll be back in just a few with all the action after this. Welcome back, everybody. It looks like we got ourselves yet another pitching change. It's going to be number 29, Chihiro Tanaka. So Chihiro Tanaka coming on in relief, as he will be pitcher number 4 used by the Eagles. So Tanaka completing his tune-up tosses. He will be ready to get back to the action here in just a moment. He'll be slated to face Chusei Minami, Katsuki Mizuno, and Yua Tamiya, the 7, 8, and 9 hitters to come to bat for the Fighters. So Fighters looking to cash in and continue to put runs on the board here against the Eagles. Bottom 3 frames, or last 3 frames, is what we're looking at here, as 2/3 of this one is in the books. We always talk about the pace of the game and how fast the game goes. I always say if you're done in 3 hours, you're in pretty good shape. This one here is now probably on pace for about 3 hours and 20 minutes. That's my guess. There's a fastball swung on and fouled away. Count is 0-1 to Minami. Minami's got a single, and he's grounded into a double play in his 2 trips. So officially 1 for 2 tonight. 3 runs, 5 hits, no errors for the Fighters, 1-4-0 for the Eagles. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball waved at and missed, and the count goes to 0-2. And that in itself is why I don't know if Minami will ever play in Major League Baseball. That pitch there was – sometimes when you see hitters swing like that, you got to say it was absolutely clueless. The ball bounced up to the plate, and he went after a pitch that there was no way he was going to be able to handle that. I like the raw power. I like his arm. I like the way that he moves and fields his position. I just don't know if I like the way that he swings the bat. There's a breaking ball that misses down. The count is 1-2. I should say I don't like the way he swings the bat with regularity. I think that might be the missing piece of what I should be saying. Here's the pitch. Fastball down. The count now 2 balls and 2 strikes on Minami. And now the right-hander is going to get himself a new baseball, as we are ready to go back to the battle. Right-hander leans in, gets his sign. He works himself into the set. Here comes the 2-2. Pitch on the way. Breaking ball misses down, and it's now 3-2. So 3 balls and 2 strikes to Minami. And the right-hander working himself to the set. Here comes the 3-2. Pitch on the way. Fastball misses low. It's going to be ball 4. And here we go again. Another leadoff walk. It's the 3rd inning in a row that the Fighters have got a leadoff walk. And the last 2 innings, it did not go well for the Eagles as both runners came around to cash. I should do that with my kids' teams. How many leadoff walks end up scoring? Be a fascinating statistic to look at, even at the youth level, not necessarily at the professional level. So this brings to the plate Tatsuki Mizuno, who made a fantastic play to end the last half inning. Pitch on the way. Fastball swung on. Grounded up the middle. Almost took the head of the pitcher off into center field. Over to get it. And firing it back in is Tatsumi. So Mizuno gets himself a single. And that is going to bring up the catcher in Yua Tamiya. Well, I don't know what they're going to do with Tamiya. I don't know how much they like to bunt, being the big boss. But this is a situation here that I'd be looking to drop a sacrifice bunt. You got the top of the order in Castro coming up, followed by Gunji and Kiyomiya. So they have set the table here in the bottom part of the order. The bottom part of the order is 4 for 8 on base tonight. They have a couple of singles and a couple of walks. Minami has himself a hit and a walk. Mizuno now with the hit. And Tamiya, who's at the plate, he has a walk tonight. So the right-hander again working himself into the set position. Tanaka, and they are squaring the bunt here, and the pitch is a fastball that misses up. Count is 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes. Fighters looking to try to get themselves a little bit more distance between them and the Eagles here. So 1 ball and no strikes to Tamiya as the right-hander leans in and gets the sign from the catcher. Here comes the 1-0. Pitch on the way. Fastball down. Count now 2-0. Have to come to him sometime, and that time might as well be now. That's the other thing that drives me crazy. The guy's hitting 9 for a reason. I know he's only hitting 250 this year, or at least entering the game hitting 250. Make him hit his way on. Pitchers sometimes get too cute. Can't figure out what they have to throw. Here comes the 2-0 pitch. On the way. Fastball misses down. It's now 3-0. And Tanaka in jeopardy of walking the bases loaded. So 3 balls and no strikes to Yua Tamiya. The manager, Mickey, for the Eagles, he's got to be beside himself. That drives you crackers sometimes when you have a pitcher and they're trying to finish it off. Here comes the 3-0. Fastball taken for a called strike, and the count now goes to 3-1. So 3 balls and 1 strike it is. Tamiya gets himself settled back in the box. As the right-hander works himself into the set position. Here comes the pitch. They squared a bunt. He gets it down. It is going to be fielded by Tanaka. He fires to first, and that is going to retire the batter. It's going to go as a sacrifice, 1-4 on the putout. There was no sign of a bunt there, and then all of a sudden, there it was. 3 ball and 1 strike. He's going to get the high fives all the way around. Minami advances to third. Mizuno over to second. Tamiya gone for the first out. It's going to bring Rodolfo Castro to the plate. So I would have to say there's a good chance they're going to get at least one run here. So Castro stepping to the dish. He's 1 for 3 tonight. He's got a single in 3 trips. He's grounded out and flown out in his other 2 efforts. So batting here, the infield is in for the Eagles. They're going to try to kind of run off at the plate. And the pitch coming from Tanaka. Fastball swung on, grounded over to short. They're going to come home with it. The throw a little offline, but it's going to be good enough to be able to get the runner. It was a contact play. Going to be a fielder's choice, 6-2 on the putout. Minami gone for the second out at the plate. Over to third goes Mizuno, and stopping over at first is Castro. Or sorry. Now that's where Castro's going to be. He's going to reach on the fielder's choice, so that's going to put runners at the corners. I always say that's about the worst thing that you want to do is hit a ball right to the fielder. Castro, if that ball might have been another foot or so to the right of the shortstop, might have been a difference. We have a pinch runner here for Castro as they've gone to their bench, number 58. Looks like Ryo Isobata. So the speedster on to pinch run here for Castro. And it brings to the plate Yuya Gunji. So keep your eyes here on Isobata. Here's the pitch. Fastball comes up and in and almost hits Gunji. He spins around and he runs out of the batter's box. So 1 ball and no strikes. So if you're a fan of the Eagles, well, chin up. They're having a pretty good year this year, but not tonight. If you've come to support the Fighters, well, you're in the right place because the Fighters, with a 3-1 lead, are looking to add to it right here. And here comes the pitch. Instead, no, they're going to throw over to first base, and diving back in time is Isobata. So 1 ball and no strikes as the right-hander holds himself to the set. Here we go. Here comes the pitch. Fastball misses inside, and that's going to be a stolen base for Isobata as he is swiped second. So runners again at second and third. Is it Isobata or is it Narama who came on to run? I have to do a double check on that. I thought it was Isobata. Might be Taiki Narama. We'll have to get a look. Here's the 2-0. Fastball swung on and lifted foul into the seats down the right field line. We'll see exactly who that is if they had the run. It is Narama. I thought it was Isobata, so it's my mistake on that end. It's Taiki Narama. He will probably stay in the game and play at second. And the 2-1 on the way. Breaking ball misses down. Now goes to 3 balls and 1 strike to Gunji. They do have the open base, but do you want to do that when Kotaro Kiyomiya is the one waiting on deck? So 3 balls and 1 strike it is. Pitch on the way. Fastball swung on. Grounded over to third. Fielded neatly by the third baseman, who gets to his feet and fires to first. Great play there by Shiganaga. And that is going to do it. It's a ground out 5-3, and that will do it here for the Fighters in their half of the inning. Well, they threaten, but they don't score. There was no runs in the inning. There was a benefit of 1 hit. There was no errors, and we got 2 runners left aboard. Your score as we now move to the top of the 7th inning. It is, checked at the bottom of the 7th inning. It is a 3-1 lead for the Fighters. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back in just a couple of moments after this version of Take Me Out to the Ball Game. Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be coming to bat here in the 7th inning. It'll be Ogo, Shiganaga, and Yasuda. And it is Ogo taking the first pitch for a ball. Count is 1-0. 85 pitches through the first 6 innings for Hiromi Ito, as he is trying to get the Fighters back on track. There's a fastball hammered foul, and the count is 1-1 to Ogo. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Looks like we'll have a pinch hitter on deck for Shiganaga. It looks like Watanabe has moved in the on-deck circle, so we'll keep our eye there. Yoshiaki Watanabe. So Ogo waits. There's a fastball swung on and lifted foul over on the first base side. So 1 ball and 2 strikes it is here to Ogo. Just getting ourselves a little bit ahead here as Watanabe is on deck. Fastball swung on, and this is fouled off the mask of the catcher, Tamiya. We've seen, I think it's the 3rd time tonight we've seen either a catcher or an umpire take one off the mask. That one wasn't as flush as I would have thought. First thought, I thought he did take it off the front of the mask, but it was on a bit of an angle. Home plate umpire earlier took one straight on. Here's the 1-2. Fastball down. The count goes now to 2-2. Our friend Samurai Prayer says the Tigers just won. Haruto Takahashi's another shutout. Complete game. 4 games in a row. Might break the season record. Yeah, I will say this, that I said last night, after the first 2 games, I did not think the Tigers were going to get swept. It's a tall order. In fact, taking 2 of the 3 from the Tigers for the Dragons the way they've been playing is pretty solid. There's a breaking ball that is swung on and missed. And that is going to retire Ogo for the first out of the inning. Johnny back in the house says he needs the Fighters for the money line. Right now, the Fighters are playing with house money. There's 8 outs left to go. We do have a pinch hitter. This is going to be Yoshiaki Watanabe. Watanabe coming on to hit for the third baseman, Kira Shiganaga. So 1 gone in the inning here at the bottom of the 7th, and Watanabe stepping to the plate, batting from the left side here against the right-handed throwing Ito. Fastball swung on it, is popped up into shallow center field. Coming in on it is Yozawa, is there to make the catch, and that is going to retire Watanabe with 1 pitch. Gone for out number 2, and that'll bring up the DH in Yuma Yasuda. Johnny says, what's the situation? There is no situation. They've got 2 out here in the inning. Yuma Yasuda striding to the plate. He is 0 for 2 tonight. Situation is Eagles are going to need some instant runs. We're here in the bottom of the 7th inning, and Ito has been in a groove, and he has pitched well tonight. He's not been perfect because he's only had 1, 2, 3 inning, and that dates back all the way to the 1st inning. He's looking to be able to get one here, but he has been pitch effective, as this is going to be pitch number 93 of the ball game coming up. Fastball swung on, grounded, foul just past the bag at first base, and the count is 0-1 to Yasuda. And Yasuda's going to have to go get himself a new piece of lumber, as the one that he just had did not survive that swing. Nice sunny day in Tohoku. I don't know what the weather's like, but you can see the players are in short sleeve shirts. Some of the players do not have sleeves on underneath, nor do the umpires, so that tells you that it's a decent day. I have to tell you, the bat that Yuma Yasuda has got one of the biggest knobs I've seen in a while. Here's the 0-1. Fastball misses down. The count goes to 1-1. So 1 ball, 1 strike. And you see that sometimes the way players will make their bat and so on and so forth, especially the Asian players, got some unique handles of the bats. And, of course, there's purposes for everything. Breaking ball that misses outside, and the count goes to 2-1. You know, if you're swinging a 34-inch bat and you got yourself an extra inch plus as on the knob, that's like now swinging a 33, but yet you have a 34 in your hand. I never liked swinging a 34, a variety of reasons. There's a breaking ball, take it for a strike. The count goes to 2-2. I did swing it. I have some, but I just never really felt comfortable. Usually a 33. But some of the players will swing bats, and some are end weighted, some are balanced. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. As again, the right-hander works himself into the set position. Pitch on the way. Fastball swung on, popped up. It's going to reach the seats, or is it? Is it going to come back? Over, back, behind the plate. Oh, it did make its way back. A nice catch there by Tamiya. And that's going to do it, as it's going to retire Yasuda for the 3rd out of the inning. Looked like that pitch, that ball was long gone, but no siree. We've got our first 1-2-3 inning of the Eagles since inning number 1. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left aboard. Top of the 8th is around the corner. Stick around, everybody. We'll be right back on the Last Rounds Baseball YouTube channel. Thanks for hanging in here with us tonight.
Hello, this is Eric Fox, formerly of the Oakland A's and Texas Rangers baseball teams. If you want to learn about Japanese baseball, see Coach Fred of Last Raps Baseball. If you want want baseball instruction? See Coach Fred. You want to learn about golf? Do not go to Coach Fred. Fred, what kind of club is this?
At Last Raps Baseball, we know baseball. That's right, everybody. We know baseball, and we know it's going to be the 3, 4, and 5 hitters slated to come to bat for the Fighters in their half of inning number 8. That means Kentaro Kiyomiya, Franmil Reyes, and Yuki Nomura. And it looks like we have yet another pitching change for the Tohoku Rakuten Golden Eagles. It is going to be number 31, and 31 is Shota Watanabe. So we had a Watanabe come in to pinch hit, and now we have one in to pitch. So Shota Watanabe taking over here, only making his 3rd appearance of the year. He's got an ERA of 0. So the Eagles need to keep putting up zeros on the board. And the Fighters are looking to try to extend their lead. So the tune-up tosses have been completed. There are a couple other changes around the infield and outfield. Watanabe is over at 3rd, and it looks like that Tyra has now moved in over at 3rd base. So Watanabe goes to left. Tyra goes from left to 3rd. And those are the changes that have taken place here. This brings Kentaro Kiyomiya to the plate. Kiyomiya tonight is officially 0 for 2 and a walk. As the right-hander delivers, there's a first pitch fastball that misses outside. Count is 1-0. So Watanabe on the hill here, taking over. And the right-hander ready to go again. And as he kicks and delivers, there's a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike. And the count now goes to 1-1 on Kentaro Kiyomiya. So as a reminder, when this game is done, we will give you the full roundup from around the NPB before we shut her down for the evening. 3-1 Fighters ahead. Fastball taken for a called strike, and the count now goes to 3-2. Looking ahead to the bottom of the 8th inning, coming up to bat for the Eagles will be the 9-1 and 2 hitters, Oda, Taira, and Tatsumi. As the 1-2 is on the way, there's a breaking ball swung on and fouled away, and the count remains at 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. New baseball here for Watanabe. As right-hander ready to go again. Now he kicks and delivers. There's a breaking ball swung on. It is lifted into straightaway center field. Back, and making the catch on an over-the-shoulder catch on the warning track is Tatsumi. Kiyomiya sent it for a ride. Just didn't set it far enough. He's gone for the first out of the inning. That's going to bring up Franmil Reyes to the plate. And for Reyes, well, what's he done tonight? He is officially 1 for 2. He's got a single and 2 trips. He's driven in a run and scored a run. He's also drawn a walk. I don't know, but if I'm the Fighters, I just have this 3-1 lead is a little bit dicey. I think that you're probably going to see Ito again. The best thing that could happen to the Eagles is get to the bullpen of the Fighters. There's a fastball swung on and fouled away, and the count is 0-1 to Reyes. So no balls and 1 strike. Big fella waiting on the offering here as the right-hander kicks and delivers. Breaking ball misses down. Count goes to 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Again, the right-hander holds to the set. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. Fastball misses off the plate, and the count now goes to 2-1. Scores from around the NPB, 5-0 Swallows in the bottom of the ninth, getting over the Giants. Carp, bottom of the ninth, 10-0 over the Bay Stars. 2-0 Tigers beat the Dragons. There's a fastball swung on and missed by Reyes. Other games are also final. It is 10-2 for the Lions over the Hawks. Our friend Tink, who was in here earlier, yeah, you got your 10.5. Congrats. Buffalo's 3-0 over the Marines. That game is now a final from the Kyocera Dome. Here comes the 2-2. Pitch on the way. Breaking ball swung on. Lifted into right center field. Moving over and making the catch is the right fielder, Ogo, and that is going to retire Reyes for the second out of the inning. So 2 quick outs here. It's going to leave it up to Yuki Nomura. So Nomura coming to the plate. He's officially 2 for 3 tonight. He's got a single, a double, an RBI, and a fly out to center field. Fastball swung on and fouled away, and the count goes to 0-1 on Nomura. So no balls and 1 strike to Nomura. As the pitch is on the way, there's a breaking ball that misses down and away, and the count goes to 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Right-hander again working himself into the set. Here comes the 1-1. Pitch on the way. Breaking ball swung on, lifted into left field. It's going to get down for a base hit. So a 2-out single by Nomura. It's his 3rd hit of the ball game. Fighters have had 7 hits tonight, and Nomura has 3 of them. And that'll bring up the center fielder in Kota Yazawa. I think Yazawa, with his 167 average entering the game tonight, might want Nomura to share the wealth. And that looks like it's going to be the end of the night for Nomura. He's going to get run for. Now it looks like it's Ryo Isobata. I'm just going to confirm that. He's got his sunglasses on. That is Ryo Isobata running for Nomura. So there you have it. So Isobata in to run. That brings Yozawa to the plate. His average is at 159. They really like Yozawa. They got him in center field. They ended up Go Matsumoto, who has won the Pacific League batting title 3 years ago, ended up getting pushed out of the position. So with the Yomiuri Giants now, there's a fastball taken for a called strike. The count is 0-1 to Yozawa. And sometimes you see that. Guys get moved along, and the next thing you know is opens up a job for somebody else, but I don't really know if Yazawa at this point is taking advantage of his opportunities. Defensively, yes. I like the way that he runs. I like the way that he covers ground. I like the way that he plays his position. I don't know if I like the way that he swings the bat. You're going to have to get a lot more production out of a center fielder who at least tonight entered the game hitting 167. Here's the 0-1. Fastball misses outside. They kind of pitched out there, and that's going to run the ball, count to 1-1. I don't know if I would be pitching out. I know Isobata's on base, but I think it's more important to attack the hitters. Johnny says they need another run. Yeah, you got to be able to punch one across here. It'd be a lot more comfortable if you are looking for the Fighters to take the victory. Oh, and there, that might happen. They threw the ball over to first, and the ball is into the stands. That's going to be a error on the pitcher, as that is going to advance Isobata over to second. Oh, it drives me crazy. It's been the problem that I've had this year with the young group of kids I've been coaching is our picks over to first have been terrible. That rated right up there with it. That's a textbook pickoff that mistake that we would have made playing with my youngsters. Biggest thing I find when you're working with pitchers is their footwork. I remember I had a guy a number of years ago who was playing for us, and he didn't throw particularly hard. He was barely 80 miles an hour. He's one of the back end arms on our staff. There's a breaking ball that misses down, and it's 2 balls and 1 strike at the college program when I was at. Just kind of a mop-up guy, but he had such quick feet. Like, it was unbelievable how fast he could throw over to first base and pick guys off. His feet worked unbelievably. We'd throw him up in a mop-up roll. The next thing you know, he's picking guys off, and we're like, what's going on here? Here's the 2-1. Breaking ball swung on, lifted into deep left center field. This ball's going to get trouble, and our friend Johnny's going to get what he asked for. Another run. It's all the way to the wall. 1 run is in. They fired the ball back into the infield, and sliding into safely into third is going to be Ozawa. They had the outfield in shallow because they were going to have to try to throw a runner out at the plate, and he gets himself an RBI, and that is going to bring the run across. Our friend Johnny says, do I still coach college? Nope, that is done. We did about 8 years at 2 different schools and a year in Europe as well, and just been focused on running the business here. Also, I shouldn't say that. It was also in one of the college summer leagues. So I guess 9 seasons of ball. Travel can take the stuffing out of you depending on where you're at. So a triple for Yosawa. That brings in a run. It's now a 4-1 lead here for the Fighters. Yes, it's going to bring Chusei Minami to the plate with 2 out. All of the damage has come with 2 out here in this inning. Tanaka was able to get the first 2 batters to fly out, and he got the toughest part where you'd think in Kiyomiya and Reyes, and it's been the next 2 hitters who have done the damage. A single off the bat of Nomura. He was replaced by Isobata, and a triple off the bat of Yozawa has given them a 4-1 lead. As the right-hander now delivers, there's a fastball that's check swing fouled over on the first base side. Count is 0-1. I was just saying, though, when you're working with young kids, trying to get them to understand the nuances of being able to pick off and to throw over, it's a lot of fun. I part of the game I really enjoy where you've got kids that are transitioning from, little league or youth baseball. Now they're playing with base runners. Fastball swung on, and it's grounded foul over on the third base side. I should say base runners that can lead off. Being able to get the footwork down properly. And, we were looking at jab steps and jump pivots and all kinds of different stuff. I tend to teach the jab step to the younger kids because if you do a jump pivot, well, the jump pivot in a lot of ways is something that is going to be a bit of a problem. Here comes the 0-2. As the right-hander holds set, now delivers. There's a fastball that just misses outside. That was a nice looking pitch, but runs the count to 1-2 on Minami. Here comes the 1-2 pitch as the right-hander ready to go again. On the way, fastball comes inside. Did it hit Minami? He says it did. And he's going to make his way down to first base. That's going to put runners on the corners, and it's going to bring Tetsuki Mizuno to the plate. So tonight, it's been the tale of the bullpen. Boy, I don't know. Did it hit Minami on the replay? I'd like to see that one again. He said it did. He was very fortunate because it just missed getting him on a bigger part of the hand. So Mizuno coming to bat. He is 1 for 3 tonight. He had a single. He's grounded into a double play, and he's grounded out to first. So for those of you who have just joined us, Fighters with a 4-1 lead here. They've just scored a run and they're looking to do more damage. So Mizuno steps in. He taps both sides of the plate. Now he's waiting on the offering here from the right-hander. As he holds to the set, now delivers. Fastball misses outside. Count 1-0 to Mizuno. So Watanabe, Tanaka, Chihao Sung, Uchi, and Maeda, all the pitchers tonight. 5 pitchers used by the Eagles. As the right-hander delivers, there's a breaking ball swung on. This ball is hammered into right field. It's down for a base hit. That's going to get another run in. They bring the ball back into the infield. Stopping at second is Manami. In to score is Yazawa, and that's increased the score line to 5-1. So the Fighters not looking back. Mizuno, another single RBI this time. That's going to bring up the catcher and Yua Tamiya to the dish. So the Fighters flexing their muscles. I have to admit, I didn't go back and look. I've done the Dragons and the Tigers the last couple of nights. A friend, Johnny, asked the question in the chat. He said, if you were a player from the USA and got offered some money to play in the NPB or KBO, which one would you pick and why? I'll answer that question in a minute. Here comes the pitch. It's a fastball that misses down, and the count is 1-0. I can't comment on the KBO. I know one thing in the NPB is there's something, it's only for the foreign players. It's called fight money. And so depending on how you play in the game, in the locker room, there's a locker, and after the game, you'd go check it, have your name on it. Fastball taken for a called strike. So if you go to the plate, let's use Rodolfo Castro as an example tonight. Castro is basically 1 for 3, or actually he's 1 for 4, and he had a single tonight, so he might go and might get himself a few $100 for his efforts tonight. Fastball misses outside. It's now 2-1. A guy like Franmil Reyes, well, he's 1 for 3. He's driven in a run and scored a run, so he might go to the locker and find himself an envelope stuffed with $1,000 worth of U.S. money. I don't know if they do that in Korea. I've not heard of that there. I definitely know in Japan they talk about it. There's a fastball swung on. This is lined to the left center field. It's going to get down. It's going to get all the way to the wall. 1 run is in. 2 runs are coming in. And racing over to third, here comes the throw. And it looks like it is not going to be in time. Not going to be in time. It looks like it's going to be a triple for Tamiya. It's going to increase the score line to 7-1. He picks himself up. Couple RBIs in to score Manami and Mizuno. And it's a 4 spot on the board here in the 8th inning for the Fighters. And they have increased their lead to 7-1. So 7-1 is the score line, and that is going to bring up the top of the order. Taiki Narama, but it's also going to bring the pitching coach out to the mound, and I think we may have seen enough here. Onandera rubbing up the baseball. We're going to see what we're going to have. It's a pitching change, and that is going to do it here. Hang tight, everybody. I'll come back and answer a few more things about Johnny asking those questions. Like it is another right-hander in the game, but we'll come back after this timeout.
Hello, everybody. Steve Rodmacher coming back at you again. And during this pitching change, for a change of pace, let's open some baseball cards. We'll get through these quickly. 2023 Topps Big League. We have rookie card of Tyler Freeman to go along with a Matt Chapman. And why not a Jake Cronenworth? Shoot 'em, Jake! We do have a rookie card of Brett Beatty. That's pretty cool. To go along with the uncommon Carlos Correa. pretty common to me, but what do I know? Trey Mancini to go along with a rookie of Kodai Senga. Freddie, tell them about Kodai. And one of my favorites, Devin Williams of my Milwaukee Brewers. All right, looks like the pitcher's coming in. Freddie, you can take over now.
Welcome back, everybody. It is a pitching change, and it is going to be Haruto Nakagomi coming in, as he will be by our accounts, the sixth pitcher used tonight by the Eagles. And he is supposed to be going to be facing Taiki Narama to get things going here. Our friend Johnny asked the question. We were talking about the fight money. And, of course, some of the folks have decided to leave the chat because, well, we've got a run spread here. As there was two gone here. All of the action here, all the runs have come with two out. They got the first two batters of the inning, and then that has been it. So this is going to be the first at bat here for Narama, as he did come under pinch run for Castro in the last half inning. Pitch on the way. Fastball misses up for ball one. Count is 1-0. But back to the question about would you go to the KBO or would you go to the NPB? Well, first of all, it depends on your caliber of play. Typically speaking, some guys go straight to the NBB because there's more opportunity. Other guys are maybe going to cut their teeth in the Korean League. Fastball swung on and missed. Down is 1-1. The other thing is, too, is what are the type of players that they look for? Well, typically they look for pitchers. That's number one. And then after they look for pitchers, offensively, usually they bring in the North Americans. They got to have a little bit of juice in the stick. Here's the 1-1. Pitch on the way. Fastball just misses up, and the count goes to 2-1. Our friend Johnny said, what was the number of the pitcher who just gave up those runs? That would have been Watanabe, number 31, Shota Watanabe. Got the first two outs of the inning, and then it was all downhill after that. Breaking ball, taken for a called strike. The count goes to 2-2 on Narama. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Got to tell you, the arm action here of the pitcher, Nakagomi, kind of a strange release. Breaking ball swung on and grounded foul over on the third base side. Count 2-2. That's the one thing you'll see. I mean, you see some weird arm actions in Major League Baseball too, but certainly in the Japanese League, you see a lot of that stuff. Shane Howard says, how many out? There's 2 out here in the inning. The first 2 batters were retired, and then they haven't been able to get anybody out since. 2-2 pitch on the way. Breaking ball misses outside, and the count now goes to 3-2. Our Filipino friend says another easy win for the Fighters. Actually, not so. It was a 1-0 lead for the Eagles early on, and then they never tied it, the Fighters, until the 5th inning. And then they've sort of chipped away after that. Now this big inning here in the 8th. Pitch on the way. Fastball hammered foul down the left field line. Count remains at 3-2. So 3 balls and 2 strikes. Righty ready to go again here. As he kicks and delivers. 3-2 on the way. Fastball swung on and grounded foul. And the battle's going to continue. This is going to be the 9th pitch of the at-bat coming up. That's another thing, too, that I wanted to take a peek at. If you look at the number of pitches that were thrown tonight in this game, and it's not up to date for the current pitcher, but you look at it, 124 already thrown and counting. There's a breaking ball swung on, hammered into the seats, and the count remains full. This will be the 10th pitch for Nakagomi. Well, if you add his pitches, it's 134. And they still got a pitch in the 9th inning, so you're looking probably at another 15 to 20 pitches. So In essence, probably about 150 plus pitches in this ball game. Pitch on the way, breaking ball. That's going to be ball 4. They appeal to the first base umpire. They say it didn't go. I think the home plate umpire just wants to hang around. He must be getting paid by the hour. That's going to put runners on the corners. It's going to bring the 9th hitter to bat in the inning. It's Yuya Gunji. And Gunji is looking for his first hit of the night. So runners on the corners for the Fighters. Time to focus on the batter here. So here we go. Back to the live action. And the 0-2, the first pitch on the way, it's a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike. Gunji waggles the bat, chokes up slightly off the end of the bat as he waits on the pitch here from the right-hander, and it's a fastball that misses down, and the count runs even to 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Nakagomi on the hill as the 1 ball, 1 strike pitch ready to come here to Gunji. On the way, fastball just misses off the outside corner. Count goes to 2-1. Oh, I got to get somebody up to throw a strike. That's another thing. If I took a look at the base on balls, Kenta Maeda in his first 4 innings did not walk a hitter. 2 walks in the 5th. Another 2 in the 6th from the relievers. Another 1 in the 7th. That's 5. And here in this inning, well, you got a walk and a hit by pitch. As that pitch misses down, and the count now goes to 3-1. So 3 balls and 1 strike to Gunji. You just can't walk that many batters and have success. It's plain and simple. Fastball swung on, pop foul. It's going to reach the seats behind home plate. 3 balls and 2 strikes to Gunji. Everybody gets a day off tomorrow, and then it's back at it on the weekend. As we mentioned, we're not going to do anything on Saturday or Sunday Japan time. Be on the road, the road show. 3-2 on the way. Fastball swung on. This ball is lifted into deep right field. This ball could be trouble. Back on the warning track, leaping, and it is gone. A home run. It is going to be a 3-run homer off the bat of Gunji, his 3rd of the year. And the onslaught continues as that is going to increase the score line to 10-1 for the Fighters. And maybe our friend, our Filipino friend, is correct. It's an easy win now for the Fighters. Oh boy, did this thing go sideways in a hurry. And everything has come with 2 out. They had the Kiyomiya and Reyes, the first 2 outs of the inning, and then a single, a triple, a hit batter, a single, a triple, a walk, and now a 3-run blast. And this brings Kiyomiya to the plate, who is the 10th hitter to come to bat tonight. First pitch breaking ball misses down, and the count is 1-0. Johnny says, I need one of these teams to pick up Volpe. Yeah, Volpe got optioned this week. That was the eyebrow raiser. I know he's got options left. I don't know if they did that because he's got to go down and do some work. So that breaking ball misses up and away, and the count now goes to 2-0. Yeah, it's unbelievable. 7 runs after the first 2 guys were out. They're having a hard time throwing strikes and playing catch. Fastball swung on. This is belted to right field, and coming in and making the catch is the right fielder Ogo, and that is going to mercifully end the inning. And there you go. Kiyomiya makes 2 of the 3 outs in the inning. That's kind of funny. I hate to say it. Well, we had a pile of runs in inning number 8. 7 runs to be exact, on the benefit of 5 hits. There was an error, and there was nobody left aboard. Your scores, we now go to the bottom of the 8th inning. It is a 10-1 Fighters lead. I got to go get myself a drink. I got to get myself some sore throat candies because we're starting to get a little bit raspy, but we'll be back in just a couple of moments after this. Well, we got a 10-1 ball game. We'll be back in just a few with all the action on the Last Rouse Baseball YouTube channel. Stick around, everybody. We'll see you in just a bit.
Hello, this is Eric Fox, formerly of the Oakland A's and Texas Rangers baseball teams. If you want to learn about Japanese baseball, see Coach Fred of Last Raps Baseball. If you want baseball instruction, see Coach Fred. If you want to learn about golf, do not go to Coach Fred. Fred, what kind of club is this?
At Last Raps Baseball, we know baseball.
That's right, everybody. We know baseball, and we do have a pitching change on our hands here as the Fighters are going to their bullpen. A 10-1 lead. This got crazy in a hurry, as it is going to be number 48. This is going to be Yukiya Saito, who is on in relief. So the right-hander is just completing his tune-up tosses. Hiromi Ito, who we thought would have been coming out for another inning, gets an early shower. So there's lots of defensive changes. Yazawa moves to left. Isabata to center. Looks like we have a new catcher as well. We'll have to catch the number on the catcher a little bit later. So it is Yukiya Saito on in relief. And the first pitch on the way is a fastball swung on. It is grounded up the middle for a base hit off the bat of, I'm not sure who it was. Looks like a pinch hitter there for Oda. We got all kinds of stuff going on here now. The scorecard is looking like a bingo card. Looked like it was number 63. Is that correct? Or is it 53? 63, I think it is. Looks like it's Daiki Ira. That's exactly who it is. So that brings up the top of the order in Ryuya Taira. Taira has the only run tonight for the Eagles, as he had a home run way back in inning number 3. It was the Eagles with the first run of the ball game, and then it has been all Fighters after that. 10 unanswered runs. So no balls and 1 strike. Saito ready to deliver. Fastball swung on it is popped up. It's playable. It's in the infield. Underneath it is the catcher of the Fighters, and that is going to retire Taira for the first out of the innings. So he has gone for out number 1. He's going to bring up, or slated to bring up, Ryosuke Tatsumi. I didn't get the number of the Fighter catcher. I don't know if that's Shimizu. That's who they seem to be going with lately. Well, it looks like Tatsumi's night is done, but they're going to give it back to Daichi Suzuki as he is coming in to pinch hit. Suzuki is one of my, I don't want to say favorite players, but I like his professionalism. I like the way that he goes about his deal. He's only hitting 167. He's 4 for 24, no homers and an RBI. He's had himself a long and lengthy career in the NPB. Mean World City went to the bathroom at 3-1. Now it's 10-1. Yeah, that got ugly in a hurry. Samurai Prayer says, we know baseball and Yaku. Yeah. Pro Yaku, specifically. Here comes the pitch on its way. It's a fastball that misses down, and the count is 1-0. Johnny says, "What's the best game you called of the MPB?" Well, we did the Roki Sasaki no-hitter a couple years ago, and that had to be one of the toughest games I've did. We had the power go out. We had the internet go out. I think we were having a storm or something like that. And so we lost an inning, and I said, we stayed with it. We came back on, and boy, were we ever glad we did. Fastball misses up and away, and the count goes to 2-0. So that was that. I mean, there's been some interesting games over the years. I forget what, there was a couple walk-off victories. Fastball swung on, lifted into straightaway center field. Over to get it is Isobata. He's going to make the catch. Suzuki gone for the second out of the inning, and it's going to leave it all up to Fumiya Kurikawa. I mean, I enjoyed some of the Japan Series games over the last couple of years. Maybe there was a game at the Koshin a couple of years ago when the Buffaloes and the Tigers were going at it. It was really a seesaw affair. I think that was the year that the Tigers had broke the curse. As the right-hander ready to deliver, kicks and fires. Fastball misses down and away. Count goes to 1-0. Yeah, lost a whole inning. That was frustrating. Felt like throwing the computer out the window. But there's nothing you can do. I mean, there was a rare thunderstorm moved through, and that's just the way it is. There's a breaking ball that misses down, and the count now goes to 2-0. Figured I was up. I might as well just stay up. Keep doing it. Johnny says, "Who do we have winning it all this year?" Well, to be honest with you, I got the Hawks. Fastball misses up and away. It counts 3-0. I got the Fighters. I had at the beginning of the year. If you go back and look at our predictions, we did some posts back up in the early part of the season. We gave our predictions of who we thought was going to win. And in my opinion, I thought the Fighters would win the league. Fastball taken for a called strike. The count is now 3-1 to Kurikawa. Fighters would win the league. Hawks would finish second. Buffaloes would finish third. But I believe it will be the Hawks who will represent the Pacific League. Lions, Marines, and Eagles all missing out. There's a fastball that just misses, and that's going to be ball 4. Kurikawa aboard with a walk. It's going to put runners at first and second. It'll bring Hideto Asamura to the plate. On the flip side of the coin, I do think the Hanshin Tigers are going to win, and that'll be the Giants. My surprise pick was the Dragons, and boy, the Dragons are disappointed. I still feel that the Carp, the Bay Stars, and the Swallows will all miss the playoffs. So with that in mind, I still think that the Hawks are going to win. It's going to be a Japan series similar to last year, same two teams. Pitch from Saito, fastball taken for a called strike. Count is 1-1 to Asamura. Asamura 1 for 2 tonight. Single and 2 trips. He's also drawn a walk. So the right-hander delivers. There's a fastball missing down and in, and the count goes to 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. So again, the right-hander ready to go. Pitch swung on, grounded over to the left side of the infield. They're going to have to hurry. Fielded by Mizuno. He throws to first, and Asamura is going to be gone on a ground out 6-3. He's gone for out number 3, and that's going to do it here in the 8th for the Eagles. No runs, 1 hit, no errors. 2 runners left aboard. Your score as we move to the 9th inning. 10-1 for the Fighters. Stick around, everybody. I got to go get myself a drink of iced tea, and we'll have to try to get through this last inning as the voice is becoming raspy. But that's okay. We're enjoying doing the game with you. Hang tight, everybody. We'll be right back in just a minute. Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be the ninth inning upon us as the fighters are slated to send Reyes, Isobata, and Yozawa to the plate. We'll see if Reyes will come back out to hit or if they're going to give him the rest of the night off. And it is just taking a peek here to see if we are still got the same pitcher. It is still going to be Nakagami on the hill. Probably not even warming anybody else up. They're saying, hey, you got to go after it and try to finish it off. He's faced 3 hitters tonight. He's served up a home run, a walk, and he's got a flyout. So good luck to him. Does not look like that it is going to be the Franimal. Looks like we're going to have a pinch hitter for him. And the question is, who is it? It looks like it's Yuya Shinto. He's one of the backup catchers, so we'll see how this plays out. So Yuya Shinto coming in. So Shinto coming up to bat as he will replace Reyes in this one. The first pitch is a breaking ball that misses inside for ball 1. The count is 1-0. Our friend Johnny said the only thing that could save the fighters is Ohtani coming back, as they really have been disappointing. Yeah, that is exactly the case. Our friend Samurai Prayer says it's surprising to see the Swallows doing what they're doing. He goes, I don't think anybody expected this. Yeah, that's facts. As that fastball swung on and fouled away. The count is 1-1. Absolutely. I don't think anybody saw that coming at all. But good on them. I mean, hey, listen, the Swallows, they had the back-to-back Japan series against the Buffaloes a couple of years ago. There's a breaking ball taken for a called strike. The count now goes to 1-2 on Yuya Shinto. This game here has taken way longer than what it should have. We're pushing the 3-hour, 30-minute mark. That's easily going to be eclipsed. There's a breaking ball that misses down, and the count goes to 2-2. Can't throw strikes, can't throw pitches across the plate, can't get ahead. I mean, right now at this point here, you got to think you're coming into the ball game. Your job is to mop up. You're not coming back. You got to be able to fill up the zone, and you can't do it. It's just pitcher here. There's a pitch. It's a fastball swung on and lifted foul. The count's now going to remain at 2-2. 24 pitches for the right-hander Nakagami, and he's thrown 10 balls and 14 strikes. As the right-hander ready to deliver, he kicks and fires. Fastball misses way upstairs. The count now goes full. So 11 balls on 25 pitches. At this level, not good enough. Johnny says they don't have a pitch clock in the NPB. Not they should invest in it. No, that's correct. I wonder if they're going to go to that in another year or two as well. Breaking ball swung on and fouled away. One thing the Japanese do is, well, two things the Japanese do. One is In amateur baseball, they used to, wherever the Cubans would go in a tournament, the Japanese would follow. That was a trend that used to last a long time. I don't know if that's going to happen anymore. And then the other thing is as the 3-2 pitch is on the way, fastball misses up and in. It's going to be ball 4. So another leadoff walk here for the Fighters. That's going to bring Ryo Isobata to the plate. And then the other thing is usually what Major League Baseball does, sometimes the Japanese league is a few years behind to adapt. So, like, for example, the Central League losing the DH next year. Our friend Samurai Prayer says the Major League Baseball White Sox must be surprising everyone. To some degree, yeah, I would say so. I mean, I think that the way that they're doing the retool over there's a fastball taken for a called strike that counts 0-1 to Isobata. I do think that Chris Getz is going about it the right way. I know that they were going to rebuild that entire front office. And just the philosophy of the organization. Breaking ball misses outside, count goes to 1-1. And that doesn't happen overnight. It takes you 2, 3, 4, 5 years to be able to do it. And so, you know, some of the signings, they've gone into Asia. They've signed pitchers in years past. They went out and got Murakami this year. There's a fastball swung on it, has popped up foul down the right field line. Giving chase is Ogo, and he is going to run out of real estate. Count is 1-2. I have a friend of mine in that organization, and I talked to him a few years ago when they had Yoshi Hirano in the Diamondback organization, and we were talking about why they signed Hirano and how much they gave him. I said, is that the right decision? And he said, yeah. He says, because they got a couple of years out of him. It was a fairly cheap, affordable signing. And it was an arm that Major League Baseball hadn't seen. There's a breaking ball that is swung on and missed. Isobata has gone for the first out of the inning. So it was an effective signing. Yeah, that's the way it actually worked. It's going to bring Kota Yazawa to the plate. Yazawa is 1 for 4. He's got a triple and an RBI and scored a run. So Yazawa stepping in here. Batting from the left side, got his average up to $178 now with the hit his last at bat. Pitches a breaking ball that misses down, and the count is 1-0. It's kind of like when Sawamura was over with the Red Sox. Different look, different arm. Knock on him as he walked too many batters per 9 innings. There's a fastball that misses outside. Count 2-0. Player that I like, or pitcher that I like Yuki Matsui. I don't know. I haven't checked in to see how he's been doing with the Padres. I know he was hurt for a bit. Breaking ball for a called strike. The count is 2-1. Matsui, a nice pitcher in the NPB, not a closer in the MLB. But I like the way that he had pitched it. Looks like he may not have anything this year. Might be out for a little bit. There is a fastball swung on. This ball is belted into deep right field. This ball is going to be trouble, and this ball is going to be gone. That's going to be a 2-run homer off the bat of Kota Yazawa, so his night continues, and it's now a 12-1 game. Ball got out in a hurry. Hugged the line, stayed fair. The Fighters' onslaught here against the Eagles continues. It's now 12-1. Boy, oh boy. Johnny says, who's the next big player coming to the MLB from the NPB? Well, they're going to go have a look at it. So they're going to challenge this. So Yazawa's going to have a little wait. They're going to take a look to see if this actually was a fair ball or not. I hope it is. I've already colored in these squares. Yazawa kind of giving it a smile here. We're going to have a look at this here. Did it stay fair enough? Oh, no. Oh, maybe. Let's go back and look at that again. I got to get another look. That ball might have stayed fair. I think Yazao is going to get himself a home run here. We'll look at it again on this side. Did it stay fair? Oh, that's going to be tough. Yeah, it's right over top of the foul pole. The only question is, did it stay over top of the foul pole all the way? I'd give him a home run. Give him the benefit of the doubt. The right call should stand on the field. I don't think there's enough evidence to overturn that. And I don't really like the angle of the replay per se. So if they said home run on the field, I don't think there's enough, unless they got some visual evidence in Tokyo that they're hiding that we don't know about. Our friend Johnny drops us a super chat. We appreciate that. Yeah, the grind is real. Thank you for your support to the channel. As we continue to wait here on the replay, played umpire, and yep, it's a home run. They've given him the bomb. As I say, I thought that for sure it was going to be hard to overturn, at least from the angle where we're at. And that's right, the fighters are stat padding. So our friend Johnny says, who are the next big player to come? Well, Teraki Sato has already said that he's coming to the MLB next year. He's the third baseman for the Tigers. And the pitcher for the Fighters tonight, Hiromi Ito, is slated to be posted. So those are the two players next year I would think are going to be on their way. Fastball ticket for a called strike. Counts 0-1 to Manami. Manami tonight has been hit by a pitch. He has drawn a walk. He has singled and grounded into a double play. Pitch on the way. Fastball center cut for a called strike. The count goes to 0-2. Yeah, this game here, it's turned into a laugher. And on top of it, only is it a laugher, but it's going on to 4 hours. There's a chopper up the middle, and that ball's got eyes into center field. Manami's got himself a single. That was all with 2 strikes. That's another thing. Drives you insane. You get 2 strikes. You might as well just throw him a cookie with 2 strikes. Ugh. It's going to bring up the shortstop in Tetsuki Mizuno. Right now, there's probably fights at the bat rack with the Fighters because everybody wants to get up to face this guy so they can pad their stats. Unreal. Here's the pitch. Fastball ticket for a called strike. The count is 0-1 to Mizuno. Mizuno 2 for 4 tonight. He's got 2 singles, a run, an RBI. He's grounded into a double play and grounded out in his 4 trips. Breaking ball swung on. This is a base hit into right field. And the hit parade continues as stopping at second is Manami. Over to first is Mizuno. Runners on first and second. Johnny says the Yankees need to sign him. They need a third baseman desperately and haven't had a Japanese player since Tanaka. He wanted Murakami. We got a visit to the mound here as the batting practice for the Fighters continues. Well, Murakami is a steal for the White Sox, and he is going to get paid. 2-year deal. What did he get? 32 mil? Boy, White Sox got themselves a bargain. And now what they got to do is they got to find a way to either A, give him some money, or B, as there's a fastball swung on, is lifted into center field. And that's going to be caught for the second out of the inning. Tamiya has gone for out number 2, and that is going to bring up the top of the order. And Taiki Narama. So they mercifully have 2 outs here in the inning. And Narama coming to the plate. He has officially drawn himself a walk. He's hitting .288 on the year. And the pitch on the way, fastball swung on and lifted foul into the seats down the third base line. Count no balls and 1 strike to Narama. This was Major League Baseball. They would probably have a positional player on the mound at this point. It's a professional baseball in North America. Here comes the 0-1. Pitch on the way. Breaking ball taken for a called strike, and the count now goes to 0-2. Well, that's the one thing that I noticed is when I've been to games in Japan, for the most part, the Japanese fans stay even when they're getting destroyed to support their team. Pitch on the way, breaking ball down. They appeal over to the third base umpire, but oh my goodness, they say he didn't go. That's where you got to have some game management. Boy, that pitch, I'd have to see the replay, but close enough. Up with the right hand. That'd end the inning. Let's carry on. So here comes the pitch. Fastball swung on, popped up into the right side. It's playable. Over is the first baseman, and it's going to be hauled in. Looks like it's Ira now over at first base, and that is going to do it as Narama gone for the 3rd out of the inning. Well, they had 1 run, actually 2 runs in the inning on the benefit. By my count of 3 hits. 2 runs, 3 hits, no errors, and there was 2 runners left aboard. Your score as we now move to the bottom of the 9th inning. It is a 12-1 fighter lead. Stick around, everybody, because 2 things are about to happen. Either A, you're going to see the greatest comeback in NPB history, or the fighters are just simply going to end the ball game with another victory. Hang tight. We'll see what happens when we come back, but I'm predicting the latter this time. Be right back in just a few. Well, we got a score line of 12-1. The bottom of the 9th is upon us. It's supposed to be Moribayashi, Ogo, and Watanabe. Stick around, everybody. We'll find out who they're going to send to bat. Question is do the fans stick around? Well, I can tell you this. They aren't sticking around for this one. A lot of people are on the move out of the stadium here tonight. And that is what I can tell you. But normally in certain games in certain places, they stick around to the better end, but it looks like Tohoku has seen enough on their home soil. They can't wait to get out of there. It is going to be a left-hander. It is going to be number 34, Mizuki Hori, who is coming in, as he will take over here. So Hori on in relief. As we mentioned, he is supposed to be facing Moribayashi, Ogo, and Watanabe, so we'll see what the Eagles will send to bat here. Moribayashi, tough night at the office, 0 for 3. He's grounded out, and he's grounded into a double play. And the first pitch he swings at, lifts it into deep left field. This ball could be trouble. And we got ourselves a home run. So Moribayashi has cut the lead, and I've told you that now it is 12-2. We may see the greatest comeback in NPB history starting right now, as he has brought them back to 10 runs. So all those people running for the exits might want to do a U-turn. And that is going to bring Yuya Ogo to the plate. Ogo 1 for 3 tonight. Samurai Prayer says you've had a lot of more 10-plus runs. There's a breaking ball taken for a called strike. The count is on 1 to Ogo. Yeah, we've had a few lopsided games and a few 10-run games. Even that game the other night, what was it? The Marines and the Lions was 10-0. Fastball swung on and fouled away. Count goes to 0-2 now on Ogo. Johnny says, has there ever been a brawl in the NPB? Oh, they used to brawl a lot. Up until about 20 years ago, there used to be all kinds of nastiness. If you want to see a nasty one, Rod Allen, who was with the Detroit Tigers, I think he was with the Phillies and a couple other ones. He was playing with the Carp. They were playing, I believe, the Dragons. Fastball swung on and missed, and that is going to retire Ogo. He's gone for the first out of the inning. And they've got on YouTube, it's to Yakety Sax, the Benny Hill rendition. The pitcher hits him from the Chinichi Dragons, and he literally chases him all over the field. He finally calmed him down in left field, and he's got that wide-eyed and the whites of his eyes. This is going to bring Yoshiaki Watanabe to the plate. And the first pitch is, I do believe it is Watanabe, or is it? Number 38 it is, it looks like. Sorry, this is Naoki Sato at the plate. And Sato swings and grounds it over to third. They're going to have to hurry to get him. He runs well. The throw is in the dirt. Yeah, they banged him out a little bit late. Now they're going to have to do the replay on this because I don't think he's out. Does the manager, Mickey, want to challenge it? I guess they do. You're down by 10 runs, and they're going to go up and do the replay on it. The umpire at first base gets it. You're out. You didn't beat it out. You hit a crummy dribbler down the third base line. But I think he is going to be safe. So Sato aboard here. I'm going to look at the replay on that one. Yeah, you're safe. Yeah. No, I don't think he is going to be. I think that's going to be overturned. Frustrating. Okay, well, that brings up. It's going to bring Yuma Yasuda up to the plate once they come out, and they have decided, yeah, he's safe. Infield single there for Sato. It's supposed to bring Yuma Yasuda up, so we'll see if it is going to be Yasuda or if they're going to be going to the back to the drawing board. Yep, no, it is going to be Yasuda. Yeah, that's one of the ones. Here's the pitch. There's a fastball missing outside. Another one. You go back a number of years ago, Charlie Manuel, who was the manager of the Philadelphia Phillies, he played with the Kintetsu Buffaloes back in the 70s. And he had his jaw broken with a pitch. Fastball swung on and missed. Count goes to 1-1. And if I'm not mistaken, around that time approximately, there was some big-time brawls. There was some really bad blood between some of the teams. As there is a breaking ball swung on and fouled away, and the count is 1-2. Our friend Samurai Prayer says Tiger pitcher Hiroto Saiki has been negotiating with his team to go to the MLB for a couple of years. There's a fastball taken for a called third strike. Yasuda gone for the second out of the inning. It's going to leave it all up to Daiki Ire. Yeah, some players, I got to say, Hideo Nomo was the trailblazer. He was the one who really opened up the door for the Japanese players going to the United States. And there was a lot of pressure from the Japanese players about leaving the country and not going and whatever else. Well, I have to say, I mean, the Major League Baseball is the best league in the world. Pitch on the way, fastball swung on and fouled away. Why? Because when you think about the NPB and you think about the KBO and the Chinese league, they have caps on the import players. You can only have 4 players on a game sheet, 3 in a game in the NPB. But you look at Major League Baseball, it doesn't matter who you are or where you're from. If you can play, you're going to find your way onto the game sheet. Fastball swung on, grounded into left field. That's going to be a single for Erie. That's his second hit of the night. Advancing over to second is Sado. That's going to bring up the top of the order in Tyra. So, you think about it, there's some of the teams, half of the players are import players in Major League Baseball. You go back a few years ago when the White Sox, it looked like their whole half of their lineup was Cuban. And you start trickling down and you start checking off, okay, where's this guy from? Where's that guy from? Only half the players are actually American. Is that a good thing? I don't know if it's a good thing for your domestic baseball players. Fastball swung on, grounded foul over on the third base side. Count is quickly 0-1 to Tyra. Tyra, for the longest time, accounted for the only run. It was a home run back in the third inning. So he has provided half of the offense here tonight. Now, the one thing that a lot of people don't see in Major League Baseball is they do have caps. I remember when the events of September 11th went down, fastball swung on. This is lifted into shallow center field. Coming in is the center fielder, Isobata. He makes the catch. That's going to do it. I'm going to tell that story when I come back because I do think it's relevant about visas and all the rest. Well, your final score here is 12-2. Eagles consolation point at the end. 1 run, 3 hits. No errors. 2 runners left aboard. Your final score, it is 12-2. We'll come back in just a couple of minutes. I'm going to wrap it up, and I'll tell you the story about the events after September 11th. And then we'll wrap it up. Thanks for being with us here tonight, everybody. It is the Last Rouse Baseball YouTube channel.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Namaste. Hey, I hope you guys have been enjoying the game. My name is Hollis. I've got a YouTube channel called Another Hollis Build. I love baseball cards. I open up brand new product for you guys. I open up old stuff. I do breaks. I do auctions. All kinds of stuff concerning baseball. I'm Friars faithful, Padres to the end. I also love Garbage Pail Kids and my animals. I have a ton of animals. It's like a mini petting zoo here around my house. I also love my city. San Diego, baby. I take you all around the city and show you what's up. If you guys dig stuff like that, cruise on over and check it out. It's Another Hollis Build. If you dig it, subscribe. I'd really appreciate to have more follow me along on the journey. Hey, either way, you guys have a wonderful day or a beautiful, beautiful evening. No matter which one it is, make sure that you make it great, my friends. Big up Last Raps Baseball. Yeah, Freddie, let's go. One love and peace. Yeah, man.
Welcome back, everybody. It is a final score of 12-2 for the Fighters over the Eagles. Well, I got a story for you before I give you the recap here, and then we'll call it a night. I was telling in the last half inning about the visas. So in the Japanese league, we were talking about the import players. You can have as many import players on the 70-man roster as you like. On a game sheet, it's 4 imports on the sheet, 3 in the lineup at one time, max. Okay, so Major League Baseball, right after the year 2001, when the events of September 11th took place, they really tightened up a lot of the visas and restricted a lot of things coming into the USA. And one of the pieces is, of course, Major League Baseball. Major League Baseball had a certain amount of visas. I didn't know that at the time, where it was a quota and a cap. And so what happened was they capped, I believe, every organization, with the exception of the Blue Jays, because they're a little different, and the Blue Jays had a minor league team or had their minor league teams. And I can't remember, but specifically Oakland was also affected because Oakland had a minor league team in Vancouver, Canada. And what had happened is the players that they had that were Canadian, if they were playing on that A-ball team, I think it was A-ball at the time, they could play with and wouldn't count against the visa quota, but they couldn't play any road games. But anyways, there was quite a while that the number of visas from the major league level down to rookie ball was capped at 25. And so once those 25 visas were used up, then it was to foster more American players playing in the sport itself. And to be honest, I think that's one thing that Major League Baseball has gotten away from is the American player playing in the United States. A lot of job opportunities for a lot of other countries, a lot of other people, which is great, but they lost sight of their own development and their own players and their own system. And so that would probably be not say my beef, but my comments on baseball in the United States. In Japan, well, as I say, they got the quota, they got the import system, and because they are developing their own, for years you think of certain positions that they only develop as their own. Catching is one of them. It was Ariel Martinez who had signed with the Dragons a few years ago that became the first non-domestic catcher to catch in about 20 years' time. So anyways, that is the piece that I have there to share with you. Well, we'll do a recap on this one here. The Eagles opened the scoring and they finished the scoring in this game tonight. And in between, it was all fighters. Ryoya Taira hit a solo shot in the third inning that opened the scoring up for the Eagles to make it 1-0. And then the onslaught came. In the fifth inning, after a walk to Franmil Reyes and a single by Yuki Nomura, and another walk over to Kodi Yazawa, Chusei Minami grounded into a double play. That brought home Reyes with the first run of the ballgame that tied it up at ones. In the sixth inning, there was a walk to Tamiya. After a couple outs, there was a walk to Kiyomiya. And then back-to-back base hits, an RBI single off the bat of Reyes and a RBI double off the bat of Nomura made the scoreline 3-1 for the Fighters. The Fighters went bananas in the eighth inning, all with 2 out. Single off the bat of Nomura. And then it was a triple off the bat of Yazawa. He brought home the first run of the inning. After Minami was hit by a pitch, it was a single by Mizuno. That brought home another run. And then the at-bat by Tamiya, he tripled home a pair of runs. That brought home Minami and Mizuno, and that made the scoreline at that point in time 8-1. They added a couple more as it was a Yuya Gunji 3-run homer that brought home it was 7-1 at that point. Yuya Gunji 3-run homer made it 10-1. And then in the ninth inning, they added a couple more for some insurance purposes, a walk to the Yuya Shinto, and then it was a 2-run bomb off the bat of Kodi Yazawa that made the scoreline 12-1. But then the Eagles got a consolation point back in the bottom of the ninth. A leadoff home run by Itsuki Muribayashi. That was his third of the year, and your final score was 12-2. All right, everybody. Well, that's all for tonight. We're going to pack it in and call it a night, and we look forward to having you guys back in the next week or so. We're nothing on the weekend this weekend as we will be out of town, but I will post up. Maybe we'll try to squeeze a major league game in here in the next couple of days. We'll have to take a look at the daytime schedule and see if there's going to be something that works for us. Our friend Johnny, thanks again for the super chat. We appreciate you and appreciate everybody who does come in to listen. Samurai Prayer, God is Great. Our friend as well, CV, Meme World, our Filipino friend, Shane, and anybody else, Tink, who I missed. Thanks again, Phil Cantalon, for coming on in and listening to the game tonight. Have a great night, everybody. We'll see you again soon.